Good morning. Welcome to the new Trinitarian Ontologies panel of the European Academy of Religion. I wish, with my colleagues, to welcome all of you to what I hope will be a most momentous panel on philosophical theology at this conference. The theme of this panel is the study of the structure of being, of metaphysics, or of ontology in analogous imitation of the Trinity. The Trinity is the central Christian doctrine of the generation of Christ the Son from God the Father, of the incarnation, death, and resurrection of Christ, and of the essential relations of the Son to the Father, of the Father to the Holy Spirit, that is, of three in one God. Ontology is the study of the structure of being, first of the simplest statement of what is a being, and finally of the supreme source of being in God beyond being. Aristotle had, in the Metaphysics, inaugurated the ancient and medieval study of the structure of being. Yet ontology had, in the early modern era, also been distinguished as the most general metaphysics of being prior to any and all other specific sciences. The study of Trinitarian ontology, of the structure of being in analogous imitation of the Trinity, is, as we shall see, arguably implicit in and among these earliest reflections that appear in the Gospels and the later Church Fathers. Its traces are evident in Origen of Alexandria's On First Principles, of Augustine of Hippo's On the Trinity, and through the later Middle Ages before its suspension in the early modern period. And yet the study of ontology has since come to be separated from the study of the Trinity. The study of metaphysics has since resulted in the successive construction of foundational informal ontologies, which, whether with Frege's algebraic logic or Edmund Husserl's intentional phenomenology, have constructed the elements of being into a towering structure of being that could be toppled by the anti-foundationalist critiques of Kurt Gödel, Martin Heidegger, and postmodern skepticism. Yet with the collapse of all formal ontologies, we may now also witness the conditions with which to begin to renew the study of metaphysics and of speculative Trinitarian theology. This renewal of metaphysics after modernity has previously been initiated in Germany by Hans Urs von Balthasar, Klaus Himmerl, and Ferdinand Ulrich, in Italy by Chiara Lubick, Piero Coda, and Giulio Maspero, and only recently in England by the movement known as Radical Orthodoxy. Today we will feature a series of 6 speakers, including Aaron Khokhar, John Milbank, myself, Katherine Apostolacus, Jonathan Lyonhart, Eduard Fiedler, and Graham Ward. We will begin with our first talk of the day by Mr. Aaron Khokhar, a MPhil student at the University of Cambridge, whose work focuses on hermeneutics and method. Aaron, welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I shall begin forthwith. So, the dynamics of retrieval. It has been pointed out that epistemology and rationalist metaphysics depend on an invention at once in method and object, and we shall see self, of a special exclusive order of metaphysically relevant knowing, quite apart from and in exclusion of the human in thinking. The consequences of this move in philosophy, of hiding from what we are and what we're called to be, assuming an image conferred upon us by quite another, all this from a Christian perspective is to have made idols of ourselves. The uphill task today in philosophical theology lies in the possibility of a theoretical retrieval of truth. One might say it follows not insignificantly, not accidentally, behind its subject matter in plotting a human rescue of its own. Blake, in his annotations of Wordsworth, writes, Solomon, when he married Pharaoh's daughter and became a convert to heathen mythology, talked exactly in this way of Jehovah as a very inferior object of man's contemplation. He also passed him by unalarmed and was permitted. Jehovah dropped a tear and followed him by his spirit into the abstract void. It is called a divine mercy. Satan dwells in it, but mercy does not dwell in him. He knows not to forgive. It was not for self-knowledge then that thought is figured in such a way, but scientific exigency. For certain truth, however we might attain it. Transcendental cognition, which consists of the satisfaction of knowledge through clear and distinct conceptual content, becomes at once the essence of thinking and the essence of what there is to be thought. In transcendental critique, this uninterrogated epistemological hesitancy both presupposes and in turn enforces the reconstructed aperture of human phenomenality as the bound of speculative warrant. It's important here for us to note that Friedrich Jacobi, in response, crucially invoked both David Hume and Gottfried Leibniz against Immanuel Kant. makes precisely the point that transcendental critique is a recombinative task, which already presupposes divisions of concepts and intuition, that it may recombine them. Against this, cognition is integrated discursivity, a unity of concepts and intuition, irreducibly, admits no concepts which might be isolated as sheer formalities from the irreducible empirical economy of sense, lest we lose any intuitional basis for the real itself. Moreover, if this possibility to rend concept from intuition in sophistic speech is latent within the very nature of human discursivity, as Plato realized, one ought to admit no epochal necessity to philosophical modernity, nor posit any irreversibility to the remedial task of retrieval. The question relating concept and intuition must preoccupy us, but in what capacity? Now, in the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel evaluates philosophical determinations from out of the historical existential ground, as it were, of historical consciousness from which they are posited. Here, briefly, if the truth of spirit is to be self-conscious, free, ethical community, one only recollects historical life as unsuccessful attempts at achieving and articulating the spiritual whole, because historical process has itself yielded, and this is important, a proto-genealogical field for conducting the virtual simulation of theoretical structure which has arisen in history, and it looks upon them as partial vantages upon truth. For modern Heidegger too, a primary self-searching analytic of the human being gives rise to its reverse face, the hermeneutic circularity of conditions, which delineate neglected ontological registers for the unified datum of Dasein, temporality, linguisticality, mood, and so on. On this basis, destruction as presuppositional reduction commences. Untruth in the history of metaphysics, then, is a matter most properly of a misrecognition on our part of ourselves. It appears then that the answers of metaphysics are in the questions of metaphysics, which in turn are presupposed by what he who asks thinks he can and ought to ask. We can say that the answers metaphysics will provide depend on what the questioner thinks he is and what he thinks his knowing essentially consists of. For, in effect, asserting that sense, linguisticality, imagination, metaphor, narrative, feeling, persuasion, myth, ritual, worship, and so on, are ontologically disclosive in a way which would escape the corral of predefined metaphysical cognition, or even the images which secular philosophy provides. What is invoked here is the full truth of the human that shrouds both concept and intuition in an original, unconscious unity operating in our everyday life. This, as the anti-Kantian Metacritica assert, must be maintained to return perpetually as the very point of speculative departure and the origin of thought. One may see that any departure, then, from modern transcendental cognition, which is a limit concept in essence, which thinks the nature of discursivity in such a way that refuses both purely opaque intuitive facticity and ungrounded theoretical structure, will deploy in its place some minimal pragmatizing hermeneutic to pull away from the stranglehold of a priori clear and distinct knowing. In this way, retrieval consists in and holds the possibility of an extension of the conceptual power to an intuitive content latent within it, and a faculty proper to its real operation in human life. In return, this conceptual power then affords the ability of these existential registers to legitimate their own status, now not as presupposition, but overtly incorporated as necessary for how we understand and experience metaphysical truth. The upshot here is that in retrieval, the power of the concept from a higher vantage cannot be seen in advance. Only when a wider horizon for the truth of spirit, primordial experience, existential power, the transformative power of metanoia, for instance, is admitted on the intuitional basis, when we enter into its narrative, experience perspectival shifts and so on, can we transfer from one circularity to another. Looking back then, justificatory argument becomes theoretically possible because previous vantage can be virtually simulated as misrecognition. This is essentially the essence of genealogical work by radical orthodoxy also. Conversely, the higher vantage can't be thought by those who remain thinking, for instance, that cognition utterly lacks feeling, or that language is a mirror of a more primary representational function, since they presuppose an exclusion or division which narrows their field of vision. Moreover, its own hermeneutic internality now recasts the entire theoretical field, so they never have to confront what they do not know. Moreover, they cannot overcome this from some dialectical emergence of the next shape of consciousness. It's not so easy. But so long as we can think their claims and see that they misrecognize themselves, in terms of theory, it is as simple as showing our working and bypassing them entirely. There's two conclusions I want to get into before we get into Bulgakov and sort of concretize this scheme. The first is that any departure from modern rationalism and a priori conceptuality attempts an approximation of a stable conceptuality that might better integrate concept and intuition as a self-legitimating task grounded in actuality. So you're recognizing what's going on in actuality in this hermeneutic of yourself. The idea is that Christian Orthodox metaphysics in its forms contemporarily seen is compelling in just this way, because it doesn't, for instance, separate felt phenomenal depth and beatitude from analogical transcendence in theory, both in fidelity to life and in metaphysical structure, and it straddles these two in an almost perfect way. The upshot here is that whatever these elements of thinking, the mystical and the esoteric, are central to our thinking of being, to thinking of the divine in a way which we shall see outside of the resources of theology and doctrine, it is impossible to properly arrive at. The inside of the Christian religion in this way supplies its own essential philosophical ground. We can now articulate, in fact, that when there are calls to out-narrate modernity, which refuse to straightforwardly call for the rational supremacy of analogical versus equivocal codes for transcendental difference, this is not a suspension of reason in a Kierkegaardian decision or Schellingian voluntarism or something Barthian. It is a fidelity to, and this is the most crucial part of the whole thing, the absolute symmetry of concept and intuition at every metaphysical level. But this can't be thought if you don't see and feel this possibility as latent within theory and concept itself. This brings me on to the second point, and this is a problem really for secular philosophy. If we're offering here a hermeneutic of hermeneutic, plumbing resources to find the fullest unity of concepts and intuition in a comparative philosophical field, can we suspend the shape of this interaction that we initially posited at any point, right? The most crucial dimension of this question concerns the unity of concept and intuition as continuity, which will go on to supervise any higher regulative dimension. Essentially, the presuppositional basis of this would be that we can slip out whenever we like of this linguistic, historical, spiritual habitation, that we can suspend being human at some level of speculation, right? And we can hold the instruments of pure philosophical method. Now, I'll sort of put this in concrete terms. If Hegel, Wittgenstein, and Heidegger entreat us in various measures to recognize that the decidedly anti-epistemological, pragmatic character of thinking is intrinsically grafted onto the speculative task, such that self-knowledge is maintained as the beginning of wisdom, might we not take another look at the uninterrogated redoubts of transcendental cognition, right? Of power of concept expelling intuition, which bolster the Hegelian dialectical form, and the critical circle of finite phenomenality and language games? Do these themselves not yield to further presuppositional reduction, which they themselves can't think, right? Can theology offer more compelling hermeneutics of spirit and thought without losing any theoretical rigor? In this case, with the unified datum of Dasein and the unity of Hegelian consciousness, are attempts at a hermeneutic of anti-modern thinking of metaphysics, which, once properly understood in theological terms, may after all turn out to cede scant concession, in fact, to the fuller theological hermeneutic of practical life. I wish to argue that theology, and Bulgakov in particular, best completes this movement of recognizing actuality in order to think concept and intuition together through the organization of doctrine, particularly of the Trinity, which we'll be focusing on. It can retrospectively then think the philosophical attempts we've adverted to in the foregoing philosophical failure to maintain absolute symmetry in concept and intuition. The work of transformation, however, when we sort of, we can lay out the theory, but the work of transformation remains the work of the spirit. Second part of the paper, metaphysical structure of intuition and concept in Bulgakov. For Bulgakov, since the absolute reveals itself as Trinity, one may glean from the doctrinal formulations of Trinitarianism the suspension of triadicity and unicity. He calls it the trihypostaticity. He installs this as the basic speculative schema for an ontological image. Ultimately, this involves a rejection of the reign of unicity, that is, an autarchical one at the ultimacy of metaphysical structure. And Bulgakov is well aware of the philosophical significance of three co-equivalent hypostases. Most notable here, and I can't really dwell on this, is the rejection of any reconstructive effort of articulating Trinity. one doesn't need, oughtn't to make cuts that one doesn't need to make in terms of formally separating essence and person of the Godhead, for instance. Moreover, he establishes the schema of consubstantial action outrightly as facilitated in and through the divine being, Sophia, which is itself laterally cut into triadic structures of ousia, wisdom, and glory. Now, precisely with this truth of spirit in mind, if the various debates on post-critical differential ontology, Gilles Deleuze, Alain Badiou, and so on, if they can be convincingly recollected as exercise in imagination and figuration, repetition of a differential field, then exercise in imagination, figuration, the realm of art, religion, figuration, repetition, doxographic access via sense and imagination, if they're irreducible to certainty of method, but they remain essential to the subject matter of Christian metaphysics, may not the supervision of Christian doctrine eminently provide this very stable conceptuality which we're searching for, in offering both the speculative organization and liturgical existential truth? And it's able, in fact, to offer this stable conceptuality precisely in the realm of representation. The refusal, therefore, to cede to some sort of necrophilic order of transcendental cognition as the sole order and call of the answer to a Bowdlerized sense for the infinite, desire for the infinite. A differentiation between doctrine and metaphysical structure must be possible, absolutely, since both dogma and speculation could be sundered from one another. We see this more often than not. Yet one must not only decline to render this an epistemological division, but grasp their essential speculative unity in the unity of Christian life, from which standpoint, after metanoia, the theoretical work becomes not merely plausible, but utterly compelling. We may also conclude that it can be said of metaphysics now that it truly begins in media res, since no necessary moments of impersonal self-identical thinking can be presupposed, even as mere beginning, nor as the final consummate realm of philosophy. Indeed, it becomes more precise to recognize this as a moment of refusing presuppositionlessness in favor of advocating for the prior anthropology of practice of Christian life, where the dogmas of faith receive a right, their existential actuality, and philosophical consummation. So in a sense, you have really a middle way between Hegel, essentially say that Hegel misunderstood what Hamann and Herder were saying, in that you can't define thought before its use, because in a certain sense you have to. You have to be able to say what thought is before its use, but in this very sort of subtle way. Second, Bulgakov advocates for Trinitarian ontology as a phenomenon-ontology. In this, particularly in the philosophy of the name, a great many insights from the linguistic philosophies of Wilhelm von Humboldt, Hamann, Herder, Heidegger, incorporate the notion, the revelation of being in the expression of linguistic utterance in a way which absolutely escapes the control of finitude, but yet nevertheless constitutes human self-realization. Thought is from its outset linguistic and thus perspectival, though we may disagree on the precise organization of this plural field. Bulgakov highlights two judgments by form and content here. First is that A is B and that I am A. Ultimately, priority is given to the latter formulation. Everything really is a form of I am A. The predicate reveals the subject, which remains never exhausted in this manifestation, with the copula expressing the consummation of mutual bond and original unity. But this image of co-creativity is compelling and can only be arrived at by further integrating conceptuality into intuition, right? So this phenomenon of facticity, which is now porous in poetic emergence, human making, right, awaits its incorporation on the back of mythic and ritualistic structure. I'm thinking of Ruzino, Vico, Herder, Schelling, Nietzsche. The existential must be able to be supported by this porous structure of facticity and poetic emergence. And it can be. This is because the entire edifice stands in a novel relationship to its own transcendentality as a condition for appearance of objects of being. Each component of this threefold condition for manifestation, subject, predicate, and copula, as such, is not only linked to the two, but insofar as it is possible to talk about the form of Trinity, each canonically reinforces the relationship of the three. In other words, in terms of the content of the pure archetypal image of Trinity 2, the tragedy of the Son's begetting from the Father may also be read as a tragedy of epistemological and nominalistic anxiety, which posits pure critical principles that maintain, for instance, that you can't go from saying to said, that signification is arbitrary, that there is no personality in the infinite, and so on. Both in terms of the philosophical determination, as we've been saying, the spiritual life of which they are born, you can trace this movement back. And nevertheless, just as the break of filiation is eternally overcome with the bond of the spirit, so there's never to be a bare moment of apparent forsakenness without love's final victory, the suspicion is from the outset put aright in the confidence of the copula for full and true attestation into the clearing of human phenomenality from out of a preceding mystery, call it being, noumenality, and so on. This is also a particularly masterful move in that its aim is not to attempt a critical delineation or reduction of the amnion of pragmatic absorbment, the everyday, and to call it by some other form of transcendental illusion. Right? This is a very, very common move, forgetting of being and so on. Rather, Bulgakov utilizes the nature of consciousness to interpret the structure of everyday in a metacritical fashion, so as to find actuality the common root of theory and practice, defeating the theoretical deflations of practice, which the positivistic suspicion of modernity and postmodernity perpetuate. This is his own attempt, in fact, and his success in maintaining the symmetry of concepts and intuition. You can't have pure critical principles all the time. The triadic logic of intrinsic perspectival creative being inherited from the Imago Dei secures the centrality of phenomenality, internality, and affectivity as conditions for a fullness of manifestation. Since there is nothing in the Father which is not revealed in the Son, and the excess of each over the other is love as glory of the Father through the Son, and the love which the Son expresses through the Spirit. Life in God is possible, and Bulgakov avoids an ungrounded transcendental here, which would posit conceptual scission of intuitive unity, because the exigencies of the existential are grounded in God himself. The action of Trinitarian supplementation and life within it as a master transcendentality for stable conceptuality of action. Subjectivity now can be thought not as a caustic remainder of agonistic difference, whose imminent torsion lurks menacingly over the arrest of any possible metaphysical determination, but as harmonious with the task and aim of the speculative concept, that is, contemplation as spiritual ascent. The unity of pragmatic life as the beginning of thinking must adopt this vantage of a theoretical field wherein virtual simulation of other theoretical determinations are performed constantly until real non-identical repetition, hermeneutic without method, and the absolute symmetry of concept and intuition that coincides with the human spirit as such, obtained. The tragedy of philosophy is the inability to think this theoretical structure of theological resources as the consummation of its own unmet desire to dwell. Dogma supervises the metaphysical structure in this way, allowing, as we have seen, for a richer account of the conditions of speculation, and for the mediation of the universal with the particular, precisely because the entire thing is in the realm of representation. Refuses again transcendental cognition. The most continuous hermeneutic, without a aphoristic incisions of pure critical principles, is a metaphysics of the divine being, wisdom, Sophia, in Bulgakov, the consummation of Trinitarian ontology as general metaphysics. Cosmotheandric perichoretics has been called Trinity and the divine EuARe, moving together in and for the inbreaking pneumatic reality of divine humanity in this world. For this really is the Christian truth of spirit, and our self-recognition, if this fact, translates theoretically in our metaphysical structure. For reasserting again the human scale of enfleshed reality. Since if, after Dionysius and Cusanus, if the absolute is beyond infinite and finite, God is not at his innermost in divine emptiness at the indeterminate peripheries of his energies, but in and as the reinstatement of the human scale of liturgical dwelling and for the expectation of divine humanity. It's for this reason that speculative warrant of doctrinal supervision terminates in spirit self-thought, in recollective assent. It doesn't construct. But we are made up of and live on the propulsion of resonances, which are most properly intense in liturgy and liturgical intensity. And I'll finish. We still search then, alongside Wilfrid Sellars, for a genuine hanging together of form and content, method and object, which will see, we foresee, issue forth as praise from the human spirit, the speculative animal. Yet the promise of our retrieval as theologians remains inherently grounded, as I began by saying, grounded in the most supreme rescue, where we receive the gift to see ourselves and live assured beyond our wretched self-sure lot. Hosanna. Thank you. Welcome any questions at this time. Thank you.
Aaron, if I may, I have a question. So you mentioned the ungrounded transcendentality with which modern philosophy goes astray, and also how Gottlob somehow suspends this or shows how transcendental reflection proceeds from a theatric source. Would you see this as a kind of reversal of the novelist drift into pure concepts and a way of grounding concepts in a Trinitarian way? And does this somehow correct the shift to a secular philosophy that simulates regimes of pure knowing go to Hegel?
Oh, absolutely, I think that's right. I think, again, the point made is that the transcendental cognition has always been antagonistic to the existential. And the only way it sees the existential is when we have a properly existential grounded, again, in the theandric sort of unity in God as more will than he is intellect. So whenever we try and sort of not have this absolute unity of concept and intuition, of will and intellect, it has to be grounded somewhere. Whether we presuppose it as a sort of epistemological, whatever it is in the apparatus in our mind, or whether we ground it transcendentally in God. This imbalance essentially has lots of problems further down when we do speculation. I think that's right.
Any further questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm wondering, for legal comments, do you know what his relationship is to psychoanalysis? Because it sounds to me like the way he's treating consciousness in some ways overlaps with how someone treats consciousness as this dominating thing, but that's still receptive of something else.
I mean, again, insofar as the sort of historical actuality of whether they interact and how they might have interacted, I have no idea. But yes, I think in terms of the actual sort of structure of what's being spoken about, that there is depth and receptivity, and I mean, the whole thing is grounded very much in German idealism and Schelling and so on. So there'll always be overlaps there. I think, however, there is a sense in which Khokhar is very, very careful about his theoretical structures and terminations. He wouldn't be, if I can put it, so careless as Freud, essentially, to have open fields of spontaneity, which is just pure spontaneity, of which, sort of as Deleuze question will later say, it really does look like civilization and so on are it's sort of dominating force of this wild energy, whereas for Khokhar there isn't really no wild energy.
Any further questions? We have just a few more minutes, Eric, so I might like to ask, what do you see as the contemporary salience of your project? Could you say how it intersects with other currents of theology, and in particular with, for instance, Stephen Holgate and Hegel, or forms of transcendental philosophy that endure to the present?
Hegel is always a tough one. I think we live in times of great tribulation in this Hegel resurgence, which theology has sort of had to run after. The problem I see is that whenever you try, William Desmond has often had this problem, right? Whenever you try and critique Hegel, it seems that Hegelians begin with this victory lap, right, in their minds, because they're used to just only talking to modern epistemologists. And in a sense, because there is just such a totalizing systematicity in Hegel, what he thinks of you, there's always an answer, right? And if you don't make it clear particularly sort of this project is a critique of Hegel, if you don't make it clear that what you're attacking is the construction of the Hegelian sort of speculative edifice, you'll immediately get sucked into what they think of you, and you'll be fighting on their turf. But it's very difficult, in fact, I think, one would have to abstract somehow what is the function of the phenomenology, what is the function of the science of logic, in a way that actually says it's an alternative out of many. And if you can show that, then in a sense you can isolate the construction over against this notion that only Hegel even asks the kinds of questions, never mind answers them. Only Hegel asks the kinds of questions which need to be asked. And I think that this idea that there's a stable conceptuality, that you can do a presuppositional reduction of Hegel beyond Hegel, is precisely this promise. I think it's there, it just needs to be worked out.
Brilliant. Well, there's no further questions. Could we all give a kind of applause for Eric Khokhar?
Thank you.
Thank you all. Then our next speaker needs no introduction. I'm sure you're all familiar with the great influence that he's had on all of contemporary theology, and especially on our movement of Trinitarian ontology. John Milbank was a professor at the University of Virginia and then at Nottingham after many years as a reader at the University of Cambridge. He is the author, most famously, of the blockbuster book, Theology and Social Theory, and also the edited volume, Radical Orthodoxy and New Theology. He's currently an emeritus professor from the University of Nottingham and the president of the Center for Theology and Philosophy. Today, he'll be speaking about the contemporary significance of Trinitarian ontology and its importance for us today. John Milbank.
It's all a bit grandiose.
Very grandiose.
It's sort
Fit for
of
the
like,
occasion, I hope.
I don't know, the kind of Academy Awards, or something, but you know, not such a big turnout this year. But there we go. Thanks very much indeed, Ryan. Thank you. Well, I've got a paper called Time, Motion, and Mystery, which I don't have time to read all of it, and I was going to just speak orally, but after high ale and not much sleep, is that okay?
I'm just going to give Jonathan the co-host privileges very quickly, if I can. Let's see. Sorry to interrupt. I'll make co-host. Okay. Very good.
Yeah, I was just going to say I don't feel terribly up to improvising, so I'm going to read out the last bit of the paper. Basically, the argument of the paper is very, very simple, and it is that one key to Trinitarian ontology is the idea that biblical revelation somehow brings narrative or story and history into metaphysics, so that we shouldn't really separate the Trinity from Trinitarian ontology or metaphysics, in the sense that the Trinity is initially revealed to us by a kind of existential, lived out rethinking of being in the life of Christ, and then the sending of the Holy Spirit. So that the first move involved there is a rethinking of the character of God, such that we start, as Rowan Williams has said, to think of God himself internally as like a kind of story, but as a unique, peaceful story that if contingently it's confronted with violence, also and from all eternity has overcome violence. And so it's because we're thinking of God as eternal, and yet in some apophatic sense as having a narrative character, that we get this sort of progressive set of metaphysical innovations. We first of all get the idea of substantive relation. Later on, we get the idea that unity is perfect identical repetition, that unless unity perfectly repeats itself, it's not really absolute unity. It's an idea that Boethius has and is then further developed by people like Thierry of Chartres. I'm also suggesting that reflexivity is rethought by the Trinity, that it can't be an ordinary doubling because that would damage the divine simplicity. But on the other hand, if God was only a dyadic relation, he wouldn't really be relational because it would turn into, the relation would turn into a kind of blur. So there's only a distinguishable relation when there is, in fact, a third moment. So that I think one could argue that there's not only substantial relationality in the Trinity, but also substantial mediation. And that this is why you need the third moment. You need actual triadicity. And another way to think that is the idea that simply because God's thought is an infinite art, an infinite expression, that even though it's completely perfect, sort of like any really perfect work of art, just because it's completely perfect, like Dante or Shakespeare or something like that, it gives rise to infinite further interpretation by virtue of its very completeness. So this is another way to think about the Holy Spirit. And then rather further down the line, with the handling of Jakob Böhme by people like von Baader and Schelling. It was a fabulous paper, by the way, Erin, but I'd like to talk to you more about the complexity with the Schelling-Jacobi relationship. And I don't think Schelling is a voluntarist, but I used to, but no longer do. So, but in Schelling and von Baader, what we have is this greater adaptation, I think, of Jakob Böhme than we have in the case of Hegel, but where Böhme is in danger of seeing some kind of origin of conflict and evil in God, what they're saying instead, and it's von Baader who says, the Catholic who says this initially, is that if evil is the privation of God and God is Trinitarian, then evil is always a kind of disturbance of the Trinitarian relationship, such that evil is not just privation, but evil is always like disease or distortion. And a distortion of the Trinity means something like you're asserting the paternal power without any filial form, or you're asserting filial form without paternal power. And the easiest way to think of this, and this was for von Baader, it had this political implication, is that the evil is something like political tyranny or completely irresponsible anarchic ideological rebellion. It's sort of too paternal or too filial, lacking the third moment of spiritual reintegration. So I think in that way, the Trinity continues to cause a sort of rethinking of God, of the nature of divine unity and our relationship to God. And I also think that eventually, and with people like Schelling, really, it's, but already anticipated by Nicholas Accuser, it gives rise to this idea that maybe eternity is a kind of hyper time. Maybe eternity is not simply, an eternal present, and nunc stands as for Boethius, but somehow God is as much past and future as he is present. But because we've got to think beyond all our categories, just as because we've got to realize that rest is just as much our finite category as motion is. And we have to think beyond rest and motion. So we also have to sort of think beyond past, present, and future, and not imagine that sort of present is necessarily bringing us nearer to eternity than the past and the future are. So that the sense that God is sort of hyper-temporal and hyper-moving, even though he is unchanging, I think is also the way, part of the way in which divine revelation of the Trinity causes down the line of history this rethinking of the nature of God. So then, if we've got this rethinking of the nature of God in more narrative categories, the question then becomes, how does that impact on our general ontology, on our thinking of the ontology of this world, also in those more dynamic narrative categories, and how does this allow us to think of this world as participating in this strange kind of peaceful narrative? Normally narratives have a plot and conflicts, which is only related to conflict in the sense that it's a story about how the peaceful narrative overcomes a violent one. So the final part of the paper was how the Trinity might revise all our ontological categories. So this is the most Trinitarian ontology part of the paper. So the whole point of the incarnation was the reverse elevation of human beings into a deity, into a condition beyond harm and suffering, a wholly positive state where nothing contradicts our positive actions because we are at one with the source of all positivity. Many religions, especially those of the East, have shared much of this insight, and their views do not deserve to be misunderstood. However, perhaps more than any other creed, our faith insists, like the great Anglican poet of the 17th century, Thomas Traherne, that our dilation or expansion upwards is also a dilation outwards, and not simply an abandonment of our bodily lives here below. Thus, if our God is a narrative God, and so much so that he could join to his eternal story a particular human one, the ongoing story of Israel, of Mary, Jesus, and the church, then when we ascend to God, we do not simply leave time and motion behind, any more than we leave behind our own peculiar habits and character, our own situations, susceptibilities, and sets of relationship, or all that goes to render us human. Nor do we leave behind our constant emergence into consciousness from an unconsciousness of all preceding reality, including ourselves. Without this pre-consciousness, thought would resolve upon its own empty axis. Thought always comes later if it is thought about anything. Without the unconscious stage of emergence, it couldn't be thought of anything, And yet by the same token, the thought of things, since it comes after the unconscious, adds to things, brings things to further reality as expression. In this sense, all thought is language and all thought is poetry. And as we've already seen, as I suggest in the earlier part of the paper, this is infinitely true of the divine thought. As perhaps Schelling first fully realized, to suppose the divine thought to be an infinite self-present clarity without unconsciousness or without further free implications for development, as if God were a kind of celestial Voltaire, is not to negatively remove finite restrictions from thought, but to render thought unthinkable, the very idea of thought unthinkable, and actually to deny intelligence to God altogether. Instead, we have to think of the divine logos as infinite and free expressive emergence, just because it is taken to be both personal and relational or communal. Only, I think, through this improved speculation do we do justice to the implicit mythical thrust of the Bible. In other words, the Father is like a kind of dark unconsciousness, except that's never there because the Son is always already generated. Light has always already emerged. So none of these seeming finite contingencies are, after all, left behind. I think this is part of the radical revisionism of Christianity. What is negated is merely the contingent version of these finite circumstances, but not their eminence. All that we know about as human creatures, as the eternal human form divine, as William Blake put it, will be intensified, more fully realized, but without finite restriction and without intercreaturely violence and division, or what Spinoza called the sad passions of our melancholia, despair, and self-accusation. For nothing affirmative is incompatible with time, motion, character, receptivity, circumstance, and daytime expressive fulfillment of the nonetheless essential unconscious night, such that the story can spiral back into an eternal and unending dance. As such, a final rounding off or roundel, the story is concluded rather than abandoned. And that includes, of course, the story of our inevitable undergoing of the consequences of human hostility and addiction to the lure of the negative and self-inhibiting, as opposed to the positive role of a formative paternal kenosis that is a dialectically essential aspect of any progression. The resurrected Christ retains his wounds, but the cross was already part of the cosmic harmony. It then follows that we cannot possibly understand or experience God as Trinity without rethinking and reliving the entire structure of our everyday reality. The new metaphysics of God is inevitably a new metaphysical vision of everything. It is for this reason that notions of images of the Trinity in this world are not a sort of optional extra. They're not just tacked on to the doctrine of the Trinity, as some Thomists seem to want to claim, though it's by no means true to the real thought of Thomas Aquinas. To the contrary, the doctrine of the Trinity consists only in these images. There couldn't be a doctrine of the Trinity without Trinitarian ontology. To re-envisage God is to re-envisage our approach to God, and so to re-envisage the scene of reality in which alone we approach it. Thus, Augustine begins with the story, but as he unfolds what that implies about the nature of God, he simultaneously unfolds what that implies about the structure of reality. They're not just sort of colorful illustrations, as so many misreadings of De Trinitate tend to suppose. So this was true of the very terms in which we came to know about God as Trinity in the first place. It was impossible to learn that God was in himself the relational and always positively active love of a father for a son without displacing the primacy of the negatively reactive law, which assumes that there is an evil to be held at bay, even though there remains an eternal truth in this, as it were, Jewish moment. Impossible to learn the same thing without learning also that the God of the Old Testament was always the God of nature prior to the law, whose word can only be fulfilled with the coming of the perfect human person who exercises nothing but love, the God-man himself. Impossible equally to learn of the reality of the Holy Spirit without the unveiling and arrival of a new sort of human community that renders the purely social more important than the merely political or economic in the sense of household, the community of the church. Therefore, to worship the hypertemporal, dynamic, relational, and poetically expressive God meant from the outset to reconceive of the reality that he created in rather different terms. To long to be united with God was no longer to try to will away or to escape evolution, human history, cultural formation, sexuality, and circumstance, but to enter more deeply into these things. Now it appears that God is not most imaged by stability, as though he were a mere rock, but by love and creativity, which involve ecological, sexual, and social relating and temporal transformation. The slow formation of habits and their abrupt mutation, the faithful performance of specific social roles in our own peculiar way. That operation in integration of many different gifts of which St. Paul spoke. Since human beings are the crown and connection of creation, we can also come to understand the reality of everything in terms of its participation in the Trinity. All things that exist seem to follow what teachers of creative writing call the rule of three. All passes from beginning through middle to end, from past to present to future. Everything conscious is composed of memory, understanding, and willed expectation, as Augustine taught. And spatial situation is composed of near, far horizon, and the intermediate milieu. Any individual thing is itself composed of mediating links between its inside and its outside, else it would have no boundary and no definition. Everything whatsoever has to identify with something else in order to be something itself at all. As has already been discussed in the first paper, we're subjects with predicates linked by a copula, and not just in grammar, but also in reality, as Antonio Rosmini and Vladimir Solovyev independently realized, and both arguably after Schelling in the 19th century. In a very simple way then, the recognition that the world was created by a triune God and is everywhere marked with that reality places a new emphasis upon the primacy of mediation, or on what William Desmond calls the between, rather than on things taken in isolation or merely impersonal processes. And to say mediation is to say essentially love. The revelation of the Trinity is the revelation of the ultimacy of love, and that love is the undergirding truth of this world and not just of its creator, however much this truth may have been obscured. However, there is one more thing to contemplate. The more that we see the world in terms of mediation, the more it seems to evaporate, as though the world were indeed but a veil of maya and delusion. If time is fundamental, then how can we account for the fact that the past is always over, the future never arrives, and the present never stays with us, even for a single moment? Time slips through our fingers faster than salt or sand. And if motion is fundamental, then where is it located? Since it is not in any fixed point of past position or position to come, nor in any origin or destination, it is as elusive as time. The same thing applies to relation, which is in neither of the spatial poles that are related, and yet is nothing without them. If I only achieve identity through relational identification and love, this seems contradictorily to suggest that I am what I am not. And how is it that the only supremely free and unprecedented actions, as with those of art, are also those most necessitated in terms of their content, the least under our control? In general, if things are only held together by a fundamental mediation of time, motion, material receptivity, relation, love, and free creative addition, then they seem to be held together by an intangible film that evaporates on inspection. And we are tempted to think that there only exist isolated things after all. But just what is a thing, if a thing also mediates itself, in this case, inner with outer? Does my bodily boundary belong to me or not? And if my boundary defines me, is it not the whole of everything else at the edge of which I am situated, and into which my definition would then fade? If the work of artistic genius is just as it should be, then is it not identical with all and everything, and so with nothing, as Hegel feared and Mallarmé in his very Hegelian Poetics after him? It seems then that the more we think of reality in metaphysically Trinitarian terms, the more that reality empties out into a void. However, there is one indeed negative, but also two positive ways of looking at this apparent situation. Negatively, we can say with Schelling and Soloviev that indeed in a fallen world, time, space, matter, and individuation do not make sense, because the mystery of the integrated is hidden from us, and nature is truly riven by destructive and demonic forces, as we see at work all the time. Thus, time tears apart even the most present. Space divides us even from stable place. Motion ensures that we will never arrive, even though we have never left. Matter disintegrates even its own foundation. The freedom exhibited in the work of art deconstructs or dissolves it, and we can never return to ourselves because we do not know who we are. But positively, we can say first that the mysteries of mediation and new creative arrival are themselves signs that nothing is held together save by participation in God and by divine grace, which always work through time, space, motion, matter, poetry, and identity to reunite the plural factors within them, which only now, post the fall, operate in a perverted fashion to tear things apart. This is why we cannot define those factors, even though they are most palpably real. If they weren't there, there just would be no ordinary reality for us. They're saved from the nihilistic fate of Maya when we realize that all their solidity is lent them by the triune God, who, though ineffable, is more solid and less ethereal than we could ever imagine. Secondly, the mysteries of finite mediation are signs of the Trinitarian mystery in their very obscurity. God is unfathomable beyond knowledge, and not just for us, but even in himself, according to some early Christian teachers like Gregory of Nyssa and John Scotus Erugena. Although his abysmal depths give rise to an unimaginable understanding and bliss. The knowledge and the bliss in the Trinity belong to a mystery of their relational arising from this positively dark ground that shines beyond any light. Thus, it becomes possible to say that the impossibility and incomprehensibility of ordinary things and processes in our world, the ways in which they seem to break the laws of non-contradiction all the time, that these things are the very marks of their source in the divine Trinitarian mystery. Creatures are just as unfathomable as God at their core, since they're made in his image, and especially so is the human creature. For this reason, our appeal to created images of the Trinity does not just clarify its mystery, but even more deepens it and indicates its pervasive sway. But what we cannot know, we can already feel or intuit intellectually. And it is our feeling in the spirit that puts the seal on the entire Trinitarian arrival and reality. To be fully conjoined to being is mysteriously to know it through the lure of feeling that informs our ascent to being, as Aimé Forrest put it. And this is to consummate in love our world of time, receptivity, motion, and artistic expression, rather than to abandon it. Thank you.
We have 2 minutes for questions. Thank you, John. So I'm wondering how you imagine, how you understand Trinitarian ontology to relate to the first amendment. Does it entail something like transubstantiation, or does it is there?
It entails something like what? Sorry.
Entail transubstantiation.
Oh, transubstantiation. I'm sure it does. I'm not sure I can say just off the top of my head why it does, but I think it connects to this issue of how things hold together, or the glue on, as Graham Priest puts it, so that, for example, Maurice Blondel, working on Leibniz's late work, suggested that somehow the transubstantiation is the ultimate model for everything. That it's only because something is changed into the body and blood of Christ that it's fully reliable and holds together. So that in some way, it's because we live in a world where something can be transubstantiated, that everything is really participates in that, and so that everything is part of the body and blood of Christ. So that ultimately nothing is holding together except because it is part of the body of God and is completely absolute. But so trying to work out how there are Trinitarian, Christological, and Eucharistic aspects to that, I'm not sure I can perform that trick right off the top of my head, but you know, as I think something along those lines needs, and you know, at heart, what I'm suggesting, and sort of expanding from Augustine, who's got this quite skeptical approach to time, I'm suggesting a very skeptical approach to the whole of ontology. I'm suggesting it's completely riddled with holes. It doesn't obey the laws of non-contradiction. And only when we finally recognize that, you know, the world is part of God, is created God, does it really hold together at all. You know, so that you know, the finite makes no more sense than the infinite, and it's all this divine mystery.
Thank you very much. My question, John, how would you think together God's law and God's ineffability, so that we don't end up with a problematic deus absconditus, like a hidden God? So would you agree that it's not that the right one is much infinite symbiosis, so God reveals himself in itself as love once before, and then we have to explain or think about eschatologically and ontologically what does love mean, and that's where the ineffability of God is located. Or how would you think about it?
Yeah, well, because I'm not evacuating sort of all solidity in favor of some kind of infinite semiosis, because I'm much more saying that the solidity of things is a mystery, and the solidity of things doesn't stand in contrast to process, because it's precisely as with the work of art, the perfection of something that gives rise to further processes. And you know, there would be no dynamism or development without this formation. So it's not this kind of postmodernism of infinite semiosis or something like that, not at all. But the point, I suppose, would be that love is in itself ineffable, although it's palpable. The fact that we're drawn into something that's something manifest that seems to, whether it's a thing we love or a person or something, that there's some kind of depth that seems to draw us in the very surface itself, and we can't sort of separate the form, the appearance from the depth, and this seems to call forth our love. You know, there is something ineffable about that and mysterious. So that I don't think that love and ineffability stand in contrast with it.
Are there any further questions? This will be the last question.
John, good morning.
Morning.
So I have a question about the connection between, on the one hand, the appeal to a variety of metaphysics, Trinitarian metaphysics, and the concept of the story. And so in the day and age where any metaphysical constructs themselves are precisely received very skeptically, it seems to me that the primary warrant for actually having metaphysics is the category of revelation. Now, if I understand the whole project of having theology reduced to some extent to stories, it's also a way of, in a sense, having to appeal to revelation in an epistemically reduced manner. In other words, the concept of a story as quietly kind of replacing revelation is a way of dealing with everything that was otherwise playing in revelation, but somehow not having to defend it, for example. And so I'm wondering then to what extent, and frankly also based on that, if that's accurate, then what's your take specifically on appeals to revelation? And more importantly, is there an Occam's razor that could be used here plausibly to apply to metaphysics? I mean, how many ontologies are you planning to have? And why is it good to have perhaps more than, I mean, is it a finite number, for example, that you're willing to have, or an infinite? If it was an infinite one, it's more difficult to grapple with this, all kinds of things. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paul. There are a lot of questions there. Maybe they face in slightly opposite directions. In relation, this is some kind of Yale School crap that I'm proposing. It's not saying let's have stories instead of doing proper feedback. Not at all. I'm not suggesting narrative instead of metaphysics. What I'm suggesting is a metaphysics that takes account of narrativity and historicity. So that there's a point of intersection there with revelation. If the revelation is profoundly connected with history, the ultimate reality is only revealed through the history of nature and the rest of the history of culture. And therefore, if thinking of the absolute is some kind of metaphysical enterprise, then why is it that it may be disclosed in these narrative, or historical narrative forms? And this passage maybe suggests that there is perhaps some paradoxical narrative structure of the ontologies. And so then the task becomes one of sort of integrating ontological categories with these more narrative categories. So it's nothing like a shortcut or a couple of pop-ups. It's not making Milbank thrive kinds of moves, not even remotely. It's something completely outside. I'm not suggesting weakening metaphysics, but strengthening the metaphysics. The question of sort of how many ontologies am I offering? Well, I'm suspicious of the idea that you can do a once for all system. I suspect that there are maybe an indefinite number of systems that could all be true and that all slightly sort of qualify each other. You know, the way one sentence can qualify, even though maybe you can try and say everything in one sentence, but then you always need a qualifying one, if you like. So that, you know, it's a bit like Leibniz's monology, you know, every moment reflects everything, but nonetheless, it's quite an abstraction. But I don't think we ever escape from the idea that when we write a metaphysics, even though we're trying to write a metaphysics that includes the importance of narrative and events, you can't escape the fact that by writing that book of metaphysics, there's one more, you know, which will pour further reflections, including what we've said. So that I think that it's not quite possible to say that you can have a totally comprehensive Hegel type metaphysics that won't require any essential revisions in the future, because this is to take the nature of the event probably serious. So I tend to be more of a romantic here and to think that even
any attempted system as after all only kind of fragments. Another way of putting that would be to say sort of, is a philosophy or a work of art still free? And the answer is probably no. You know, that's the philosopher is trying to refer everything finite to the infinite, so the artist is trying to express in one finite reality the whole of infinity. And you have to have a kind of oscillation between those two. And you know, sometimes what the romantics were aiming for was the perfect fusion of philosophy and the work of art. But probably that's something that we're going to write about.
Thank you very much. Could you also the big hand from Milbank, please? Wonderful. I have the distinct privilege of following up on John Milbank, and I'll have an abbreviated talk so that we can come to a conclusion. We'll have a short break after the conclusion of my talk. So the new Trinitarian Ontologies project was born in part inspired by a pre-existing German and Italian movement that reflected on the doctrine of the Trinity as a source of inspiration for the critical revision of modern philosophy and philosophically inspired theologies. It was inspired in part by my work as a graduate student with John Milbank at the University of Nottingham and later with Rowan Williams at the University of Cambridge. And since then, I have begun more emphatically to explore the Trinitarian background of modern philosophy as a source of critical alternatives to forms of thought that would preclude and advance Christian and Trinitarian speculation. Behind this is a question of what makes the Trinity new. That is, can we go back to discover why it was that the Trinity was a source of inspiration for and also a source of critical examination of forms of philosophy that came down from the ancient Greeks in patristic theology, as well as what could be the source of renewal today for modern theology. Where can we discover that which is new? Lacking the eyes of the child, we look upon the world under the shadow of its past. We can only see what happens in a way that conforms to the frame of what has already transpired. Yet in an increasing foreshortening of the mythic and the modern, it recalls only what has been known or held to be known under the passing threshold of our shared cultural imagination, no longer as before of birth, death, war, and renewal, but rather in a capitulation to an already decided path of intellectual modernity, to the recycling of the symbolic reminders of youth as a spectacle for aged consumption. From cinema to streaming platforms, the cultural icons of past generations have been immortalized in cyclical reproductions that offer to prolong all that is new at the expense of the present and its sources of renewal. This anxiety raises the higher question, what is the meaning of novelty or the new? Were the new to be conceived as simply as that which is different from the same, and difference were simply the other or the negation of that sameness, then it would seem, as it so often seems for Gilles Deleuze, Catherine Keller, and secular philosophies of difference, that novelty is a virtual aspect of identical repetition. In a twist on Spinoza, if the new is necessary, the necessity and novelty would coincide in an infinite eternal motion of substance, or alternatively, the new to be conceived of in a way that is so utterly different from all that had transpired in the past, it could not be recognized in the full narrative force of its epochal rupture. Following the new Trinitarian Ontologies conference and symposium, a question that has repeatedly been asked is, what makes Trinitarian ontology new? That is, what makes our speculation about the Trinity today new than it ever was before? Initially, the answer seems to be nothing. For if the essence of God as Trinity is eternal, and the doctrine of the Trinity had been magisterially defined by the first 7 ecumenical councils, then it seems that nothing new can be discovered of the Trinity. Were this to be so, nothing of the Trinity could it seems, ever genuinely be known. For since all that can be known comes to be known, and this very process of coming to know is itself a momentary part of that which we know, the Trinity must, it seems, be constituted by the very surprise of the new. Since as the absolute subject, this process can be nothing but God, the Trinity must be the source of its very own surprise. And if God creates to become incarnate, this event recreates the world, and its historical development is not lost to, but continuous with the Christian Revolution. The oldest idea of God must be that which ever awaits to be discovered as new. In this sense, Trinitarian ontology announces a very radical thesis. It calls for a new way to explore the structure of being or ontology as it reflects the triple relationality of the divine persons. This study of being in ontology was once regarded as a seminal preparation for the study of God as the creative cause of all being in theology. Yet due largely to the influence of late medieval theology, it has come to be separated from Trinitarian theology before God came to be conceived in early modern philosophy, ontologically, as the supreme being among all beings in general metaphysics, natural theology, or in a simulated or secular ontology. The word ontology has, for precisely this reason, often been assumed to designate a purely secular way of speaking of the structure of being apart from its divine, creative, and indeed revelatory source. For in the modern era, the main currents of ontology have typically been defined by deliberate refusal of Trinitarian and Christian theology. Following the Latin reception of the Logica Nova of Aristotle, late medieval logicians began to reconceive what can be thought of as what can be spoken under the simulacrum of a consistent and univocal syntax that would render the essential relations of the Trinity as unthinkable as the participations of many particular instances in one universal idea or paradigm. Following the Renaissance invention of modern algebra and algebraic geometry, this simulacrum of reason could further have been unfolded across multiple dimensions of space to capture within a theater of diagrams a complete panorama of the world and what can be spoken of being within it. And as early as Gottfried Leibniz and Christian Wolff, this study of ontology has assumed its entire independence from theology, such that the element of being can now be conceived ontically, not in relation to another or even an absolute other, but only as such an other is held in relation to itself and spoken of in its finite sequence of relations alone. This suspension of Trinitarian speculation from the study of ontology has accordingly been absolutely presupposed in modern philosophy and theology. For both post-Kantian idealists and neo-Kantian positivists, the central question that had haunted philosophy was that of method, and specifically for Kant, the transcendental deductions of the categories of the understanding for the valid construction of our synthetic a priori concepts. We observe in the analytic errors of Gottlob Frege and the phenomenological errors of Edmund Husserl two distinct answers to this problem. For Frege, the method of philosophy must be not synthetical but analytical, consisting in a pure analytic for the analysis of natural language into mathematical logic, the analytical demonstrations of conclusions, and the automated validation of its algebraic functions. For Husserl, even this pure analytic could be further analyzed by the subtraction or epoché of its phenomenological content into an assemblage of pure intentional or nomadic objects that stand in a succession of synthetic relations, which are altogether held as living, creative, and open to conscious and creative experience. The Analytic and Continental philosophical traditions have since tended to treat the Trinity as at best superfluous to, and at worst redundant to modern formal ontologies. Following these trends, modern liberal theology has tended to regard the Trinity as either an historical artifact of ancient church councils or as an inscrutable mystery of faith that has been uncritically handed down to us by ecclesiastical tradition. However, with the modern acceleration of the annihilating potencies of simulated and secular reason, as well as the postmodern collapse under skepticism of all such foundational and formal ontologies, we can, I believe, once more begin to look and find the sources of novelty that proceed and can be found within Trinity. With this critical survey of the currents of modern ontology, we can, at this panel, begin to defend the novelty of the Trinity once more. What we may say makes the Trinitarian ontology new. As a formula of the essential relationality of God as absolute, the answer can, of course, be drawn from nothing other than the Trinity itself. First, it calls for a counter-narrative elision of the supersession of anti-Trinitarian, secular, and formal ontologies, which have refused the call of the gospel to make all things new. Second, in assuming these innovations, it discovers new ways not only to express, a dead formula of Trinitarian doctrine, but in a way that will be as fresh as it is interesting, to ask again the originary questions that had once been answered by affirming the doctrine of the Trinity. Third, it prepares the stage for a new rhetoric of the Trinity that can speak and write of the Trinity with a voice that is not ashamed of, but even revels in the contest of modern philosophy. In contrast to the dogmatic reassertions of Christian belief that have lost credibility today, it does not retreat from the contest of modern thought, but rather, like Socrates against the sophists, turns the deceitful techniques of dialectical argument and the arts of persuasion against its opponents, so as, in a more agile because more offensive stance, to overcome and even to outdo its critics. We can, with this chorus of theological voices, begin to reflect on the main currents of modern counter-ontologies, so as to explore how we can again begin to speak of God as God speaks in and from the creative source of all that is ever new. The Trinity is, in this story, neither simply modern nor anti-modern, but rather and more richly representative of a spiritual alternative to the nihilistic trajectories of modern philosophy. It narrates this genealogy of Trinitarian ontology from its ancient formation to its medieval subvergence, and at last to its modern eruption. More recently, we may observe a split between the analytic errors of Frege and the continental errors of Husserl, as this split is increasingly sutured by post-analytic pragmatism, and as it ever suspends theology from ontology and philosophy that appears in a secular guise. The sources of this suspension have previously been contested by German metacritiques of the Enlightenment, by the French Nouvelle Theologie, and most recently by the Cambridge School of Radical Orthodoxy. New Trinitarian ontology shares with Radical Orthodoxy a critical suspicion of liberal, postmodern, and death of God, radical or weak theologies, of the autonomy of natural reason, and of the secular foundations of all formal ontologies. As a signature of its novelty, Trinitarian ontology calls for a critical departure from the swiftly eroding dominance and hegemonic blocks that have been called the Analytic and Continental philosophical traditions. In a double elision and critique of both, we can respond to their summary conclusions in turn. Analytic philosophy investigates the analytical judgments of logic and language. It is typically advertised as a certain style of philosophical literature, distinguished by its emphasis on clarity, argument, and analysis. It can, moreover, be essentially defined by its belief in the automated calculation of a priori analytical inferences, which I suggest we can in summary call the pure analytic. At the consummation of modern logic, it was produced in Gottlob Frege's withdrawal of the Kantian analytic of synthetic a priori judgments into an abstract or mnemonic computer designed to calculate analytic a priori inferences. As R.G. Collingwood has observed, analytic philosophy has typically refused to analyze its use of analysis into this automated machine of analytical inferences. It has instead suppressed the reflexivity of analysis under the form of the pure analytic itself. Yet, in suppressing any act of further synthesis or reflexive judgment, it can also be shown to subvert the purity of these analytical inferences. Once the pure analytic has been subverted and this philosophy has been reduced to empirical and natural sciences, Wilfred von Orman Quine could begin to simulate the pure analytic from pragmatic sites of discrete research programs which characterize much of analytic philosophy today. Neo-pragmatism in the analytic tradition has since suspended truth in and for a deferral of theory and practice, even as it can only be thought again through the vocabulary of further practice. No appeal can then be made to verify the truth of its theory in and by the efficacy of its practice, and it proves to be as evanescent in its theory as it is impotent in its practice, always colonized by prior ideas that are imported from above. As a geographic term of contempt, what has been called continental philosophy is characterized by an analysis that pivots upon an unanalyzable dialectical remainder. This dialectical remainder had originated in Friedrich Schelling's freedom essay in Ages of the World as the unanalyzable Abgrund that was absolutely prior to and the free creative source of all of our conceptual determinations. Since Edmund Husserl and Martin Heidegger, it has held the analysis of being to revolve around a radical sense of difference that suspends any higher conception of the dialectical identity of the concept. In this infinite succession of more originary supplements, the theological ground of ontology, which had been known from Plato to Augustine, has been radically challenged by the nihilistic movement of deconstruction. First, in Husserl's critique of the forgetting of the phenomena, then in Heidegger's critique of ontotheology, and finally in Derrida's critique of logocentrism. The radical difference of deconstruction has since been split in a neo-Spinozist trajectory by Gilles Deleuze and in a Leo-Leibnizian trajectory by Alain Badiou. For Deleuze, the fundamental difference is that between the flights of the virtual and the actual, while for Badiou, it is the evental site from which multiplicity erupts from any prior source of unity. Once further, these eventual flights of the virtual are affirmed as objects, things, or affects, it begins to herald a new return to realism, whether today in new materialism, speculative realism, or object-oriented ontology. In each case, the unanalyzable dialectical remainder that had been inherited from Schelling and radicalized by Heidegger has been elevated to the essence of philosophical speculation in a momentous transition from a postmodern skepticism to a now meta-modern dogmatism. And yet, in neglecting to destroy its opposition to analytic philosophy and assimilate these very sources of skeptical dissolution, it has only broken from so as to begin more violently to return in an accelerating sophistic exchange of ontological supplements that are held against the higher theological ground of ontology, that is, an ontology that imitates the Trinity. In a double elision of both analytic and continental philosophy, and as a way of marking a post-analytic and post-continental departure that welcomes a reception and reflection on Trinitarian doctrine, we can now return to the writings of the Bishop of Aachen, Klaus Himmerl. He had first recollected in a letter to Hans Urs von Balthasar how the event-like character of Christian doctrine may transform the speech of being, quote, from out of the heart of our faith, from the Christ event, as it is read in the Trinitarian fashion, end quote. The uniqueness of the Christian Trinity resides precisely in its radical relationality. For Nicene Cappadocian Christian orthodoxy affirms that being, or ousia, is a relation that is shared from the Son to the Father, and from the Father and the Son with the Spirit, and by a free gift in the creation of all substances related from and for God as from their first beginning and final end. It announces the ecstatic relations that may erupt from the metaxou, or the between beings, that connects all substances, things, and persons in pursuit of their originary source and final destiny. In double contrast, even, to Hegel and Heidegger, it speaks of being neither as fully indeterminate nor as determinate, but only as it may be shaped and given in its beings, to give again and be itself as a gift. It is thus already shaped as given in the riches of its relations, in a form that can be dispersed and collected beyond and for any further relations, and ultimately as its entire significance may proceed to be shaped in and from this source of its triple relationality, its triadic ontology. The relational thus encompasses and enriches the participatory, extending in a lateral excess that may ever diagonally return as to its source. And yet, in its more complete and specific sense, it may also speak of this gift in Christ of the relations that are shared by God for God, released by a surplus of relationality of the Spirit, and from the sacrifice of the cross through the revelatory and creative poetics of the Church in the world. Where then can we look to find the sources of novelty today, if not in this smile of competition reconciled? In the surprise turn of events that suddenly resolves a dramatic conflict, genuine novelty can be most expressly recognized as new when it is not only breaks but also and essentially restores that from which it breaks in the plenitude of its originary purpose. Hence, in contrast to Alain Badiou, it is not the unconditional event from which follows all theoretic, mathematical, and logical possibility, but rather the originary singularity, repeated event, that it's continuous with, even as it creates the conditions for all other events in myth, history, and time, even and especially in the history of pure formal thought, that is, in mathematics and logic. And in contrast to Gilles Deleuze, it is not a chaotic assemblage of flights of reflection from the actual to the virtual, but rather a discovery from within the nethermost abyss of the virtual, the symbol, and even of the art of writing, that the spiritual gospel that can begin to collect the plenitude of virtuality as given from the oldest ground of originary and open possibility. Hence, as in Plato's Meno's paradox, we can never hope to discover that which is unknown unless, in a certain sense, it is already known. Hence, we can, in response to critics, begin to defend the novelty of Trinitarian ontology by more radically upholding the Trinity, less as a rhetorical site and more as a revelatory source of its own creative surprise, in which the newness of theology is manifest, indeed, as it is ever new. For in the light of the gospel, what makes something new must always be thought of in a new way. It is not an event from nothing, but rather an event that shows even this nothing to have always already been something. Even, we may say, the singularity that makes it possible to be something rather than nothing. It is as new as it is old, from the oldest source of all that has become and will ever be new, an originary creation of all that can be recreated, and in the circuit of becoming equally the being or substance that upholds the ground from which even the unsurpassable rupture of the cross can be celebrated as the passing away of the old that then and now heralds the coming of the new. The new is never held fixed under the necessary forms of the past, whether of mathematics or logic, because even the past holds the springs of all that can become and will be new. The gospel is, in this sense, a theatrical answer to any static conception of thought, ontology, or of God. The story of the gospel is our story. Hence, as the ending of the Gospel of John relates, if all that Jesus had done were to be written down, quote, even the world itself could not contain the books that should be written, end quote. New Trinitarian Ontologies names a creative response to the pivotal collapse of modern formal ontologies. It begins with what seems the simplest and richest philosophical questions. It asks the simplest question of what is being, as it may yet be spoken and answered in faith with the absolute question of what is God. And it speaks with Aristotle of what simply is, so as to speak with Augustine of the creative source of all being. The circuit of these questions may afterward exceed any naive belief that it had held from its first beginning. It affirms the participation or methexis of being proceeding in and from the first principles and highest ground of God's Trinity. It is not simply an ontology of the Trinity, but an ontology that speaks as it is spoken in and for the Trinity. Trinitarian ontologies that neglect this aspect tend to forget their own ancestral and animating beliefs. Hence, neo-scholastic revivals of Thomism have tended to neglect the radicalization of Neoplatonism from Origen and the Cappadocians to Maximus the Confessor and John Scotus Eriugena. It thus announces a strategic reversal of any secular privileging of the ontological and over and apart from that of the theological. That can be called new in response to these momentous challenges of modern philosophy. For at this speculative impasse that is uniquely announced by postmodern skepticism, all the canons of secular reason may also prove to be not less, but arguably even more precarious. For if the modern constructions of ontology had once suppressed the theological, then the postmodern deconstructions of ontology may now have momentously cleared the path of all critical obstacles for new philosophical investigations into metaphysics or ontology that answers to the challenge of Christian and Trinitarian theology. New Trinitarian ontologies can again ask the question of faith before any question of being. It begins with what seems the simplest and richest philosophical questions. The circuit of these questions may afterwards exceed any naive belief that it held from the first beginning. Its surplus is a cipher of its novelty. It may thus speak before and after the speculative impasse of modern philosophy. It attempts instead to navigate between abject skepticism that would sunder the theological from the ontological and any ready-made dogmatism that would regiment all theological answers in advance. If this recycling of ready-made answers to certain questions often seems to bore us, it is not because it is too new, but rather because we have become too weary of the new. The mythic past remains for us to be rediscovered yet again. As the French poet Charles Frege writes, quote, Homer is new and fresh this morning, and nothing perhaps is so old and tired as today's newspaper, end quote. The ways of life that have been rejected by our parents have now recommended for us a way to surpass their failures. And as parishes across the world now report, it is not the old but the young who most of all desire to rediscover their ancestral rites of worship and transformation. To be religious today is to be strange, to summon forces unheard of, and even to embody them. To restore ontology to the Trinity, we must ask the central questions of Christianity, the Trinity and its ontology in a new way. We must not merely draw all that is past into the present, but must more radically leap over the forgetfulness of the past that is present to found a new beginning.
Thank you very much, Katherine. It was a very beautiful paper, and of course, extremely comprehensive. I have a question on this conception of novelty, which you try to think out of Trinity. Of course, in phenomenological view, we encounter novelty in newspaper in this everyday sense as something which is ever-changing, extreme time, as timelessness itself, so to say.
On the other hand, we encounter the new life, the child is born. So the proper events in our phenomenological experience. So these are the meanings of the novelty we encounter in our experience, and then we speak about the novelty out of the Trinity. And we have, of course, this problem with time in the Trinity. So I would like to ask you, how would you conceive Trinitarian ontology to be able to speak about the Son as new to the Father, Father new to the Son, and the Holy Spirit as new to the Father and the Son? To find this sort of novelty from within the Trinity, how would you conceive this novelty in relation to the relations, Trinitarian relations? And this problem of time in Trinity. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. It's a very profound question. So I take it that ordinarily we think of novelty as something that emerges, for instance, when you walk over a hillside and you see a new horizon, or when you open the newspaper and learn of new events. And these are the ordinary sense, you might say, acquaintances we have with novelty, but not necessarily to their most original meaning or to how novelty occurs to all of us everywhere and always. In order to get to that, we have to think of something like a transcendental conception of novelty, where it would be, as it were, the cardinality of the enunciation of duration of time. That is, it would have to be something common, universal to all new events, new experiences. But there's something even more original than that I think we can get to, which is to a sense of divine novelty, or of the way in which, for instance, a miracle, something appears to happen that unsettles our expectations and is wholly new to us, that upsets, as it were, any aged, sober skepticism of what could be and what will ever be. And in this sense, I would want to argue, and as I try to suggest in this paper, but I hope to develop more in the future, that there is a kind of novelty in God, and specifically the novelty of the freedom of God for God. So if freedom is a gift, the gift that is given from its creator, and a gift that by which we imitate, that is the absolute freedom of God in creating, and that freedom is something that is shared by the divine persons, then the infinitude, the plenitude of their relations is also a plenitude of their free relations to one another, as well as the surprise that comes from one to the other. Now, the difficulty of this is you wouldn't want to lapse into a kind of Arianism or Sabellianism, where you would, for instance, hold that the Son is new to the Father because the Son creates the Father, or a kind of adoptionism where the Son sort of surprises the Father by being adopted, or patripassianism where sort of pain surprises God the Father. So the difficulty is trying to hold together the tension between, as it were, God as eternal and God as somehow surprising God. And I think one way to think of that is when we know what's going to happen. For instance, suppose you've scripted a story that you're portraying on theater, and yet you're surprised in the individuality of that moment when it occurs. And if nothing of our experience of that moment, of that singular moment, is lost to God, then I hope, and I would want to believe that even God would experience that novelty for God's self. So the way that we, as it were, encounter a miracle could just as well be the way that God encounters a miracle. And we can think of this in the Gospels when Jesus performs miracles, or for instance, when Jesus sees Lazarus dead and Lazarus raised from the dead, and Jesus cries and Jesus celebrates. That Jesus, even being fully God, can experience novelty. And if that's possible, then I think also God can experience novelty, and so can we.
Thank you very much for the paper. Enjoyed it a great deal. You mentioned Hans von Balthasar and Klaus Kämmerle, and I wonder if you could comment on the pedigree of the new Trinitarian ontologies. When I hear about doing ontology through the Trinity, I think of Balthasar performing that task in the mid-20th century and encountering some considerable pushback because of it. I'm wondering in particular about the resonances between the Balthasarian rendering of being and what one finds in the Trinitarian ontology. So, for example, within the Trinity for Balthasar, there is this perpetual kenosis among Protestant and Spirit that is an analogous form. And finite being, as much as finite being, is also self-emptying for Balthasar, and Jesus self through manifestation or expression. We did this theological aesthetics and in other ways as well. I can imagine new Trinitarian ontologies as a wide range of possibilities here. But if you could comment on that pedigree, to what extent somebody like Balthasar and perhaps behind him, Sergei Gottlob, would be in play for this contemporary project, and in terms of what that might amount to, the rendering of being as self-entity within the new Trinitarian ontologies.
I think it's a brilliant question. I have to confess at the outset that I'm not a Balthasar scholar, so I suspect you may know more about Balthasar's work than I do. I can say a few things about the pedigree and the notion of self-emptying a being. So I should say, first of all, that the name Trinitarian Ontology was given by a letter that was written by the Bishop of Aachen, Klaus Husserl, to Hans Joseph Balthasar. And although it's given this name at that precise moment, like most historical movements, it has a long preceding history that builds up to the moment where it achieves its explicit designation. And in one sense, we can say that ever after the doctrine of the Trinity had ceased to be regarded merely as an historical artifact of dogmatic manuals and become a renewed site of theological investigation. Something that we see, for instance, amongst the French spiritualists, something we see in Jacob Boehme, something we see in the German Romantics, specifically in Hegel and Schelling, and continuing with the Russian sociologists. There had been a revival of ontological speculation about the Trinity. Now, this movement required for its enunciation a skepticism, a fundamental search and critique of the possibility of complete secular ontology, or a formulation of the structure of being that would be closed off to and preclude in advance any sense of Trinitarian call, rupture, or intervention. That is, we'd have to, as it were, deny the possibility, as was the inspiration of various modernist thinkers, whether it be David Hilbert or Gottlob Frege or Edmund Husserl, that were possible to have a formal a priori method by which we can capture the totality of being in a way that didn't answer to the call of the Trinity and Christian revelation. And I think that mostly became apparent in the latter 20th century due to a number of critiques, whether they be by Kurt Gödel or Wittgenstein or Richard Rorty, and amongst others. And this coalesced with a renewed confidence in Christian theoretical speculation that centered around figures like Hans Joseph Balthasar on one hand, but also Nouvelle Theologie on the other hand, drawing in part from Russian sociologists and from French mystical tradition, as well as other sources. Now, in relation to the concept of the kenosis of being, I'm tempted to agree. Now, I should say at the outset that my background is in patristics, and specifically Origin of Alexandria. From an Originian patristic perspective, one would most of all say that the scriptural site by which the kenosis is announced in the Gospel of John pertains to the creation of the world by the Logos. And so its primary site of understanding would be, as it were, a God-world relation, and correspondingly, you might say something of the emptying of being in imitation of God's own self-emptying. That being said, in as far as God can perform the kenosis, performs it as the Trinity, and also as all three are cooperating together, and what is performed by one can be communicated to the other. We can say, at least I think in an analogical sense, that all three persons are performing this kenosis. And we can also, I think, characterize their perichoretic relations by which one, for instance, if the Father gives up himself to proceed as Son, as other, and similarly with the Father and the Son in the Spirit, we can say that the perichoretic relations of mutual self-love is also a kind of mutual kenosis. And I gather from what you described that that's Balthasar's contention. And I imagine there's been quite a lot of controversy about that. I think part of the difficulty may arise as to how we conceive of negation. And that is the emptying. What is the emptiness? What is the void here? And clearly it can't be a creaturely void, because that would be one that sort of opens across space and time and would be vacuous rather than plentiful. We have to think of love, divine love, as always already circulating in a plentiful way, such that God loses nothing in giving of God's self to one another. So that perfection of love from eternity, I think, would have to sustain that notion of kenosis in a way that isn't possible among creaturely being. Professor Ward.
Thank you. This kind of setup that risen allowed for conversation, and it's a conversation that I'd really enjoy, because I don't think we can take kenosis and realify this a particular moment. I like the understanding that we center kenosis within perichoresis, so that this is the nature of self-giving love that's continual and perpetual. But I think in the New Testament, and even with Paul, who uses that term, you can never separate kenosis from pleroma. It's a half full glass all the time. And so there's always the kenosis, while it's empty, is always about the filling as well.
Brilliant. That's very helpful. Yeah. So if that filling is always occurring by, as it were, the response of free spirits to the divine love expressed in the kenosis, then I suppose we must expect it to be all the more so of God, with God in the Trinity.
Thank you very much. I will also try to join this conversation on kenosis and in relation to baptism. Actually, as you already know, this new kenosis by Balthasar, which he sees in Trinity, was somehow mystically inspired by Adrian. From the intuition comes from Adrian Pochefire, and it was, of course, he tried to deepen our understanding of Trinity based on the Golgotha. That's the theological core of this innovation. He tried to understand the Trinity, the metaphysics of Trinity from within the Golgotha event, from within the crucifixion and this cry of Jesus Christ. So this is the theological core of this innovation, and it perpetuates the endeavor to renew the Trinitarian theology in the 20th century. So it belongs to this Renaissance of Trinitarian theology in 20th century, which answers the problem that our theology, systematic theology in modernity had no real interest in thinking the meaning of the Trinitarian mystery. So this is the, so to say, theological context of this metaphysical innovation, and it was not only, say, theologically motivated within this Renaissance of Trinitarian thinking, it was also conceptualized by Balthasar's friend Ferdinand Goering, who developed his whole metaphysics actually from within this intuition that the created being is somehow canonical itself, it is non-subsistent, that it is not some kind of hypostasis, but that it is this giving itself. And this was, so to say, the philosophical or the metaphysical side of this innovation. So maybe you know all these things, but I tried to give some comments.
Thank you, Edward. On that note, we will have Edward Fiedler speaking for us in the next session. We have a little bit of time now for a 12-minute break. If you'd like to get up and stretch your legs, we'll be starting again promptly at 11 a.m.
Well, I think the problem that I put on the schedule today was that I didn't really break up some very lot of we really find that out and they probably respond then on talk about my talk work. Yeah. And you mentioned book and the book already here. No, I'm not. I'll tell you that there's now we have so it's like yeah, So with the media, quite powerful. But there's also a dominant time will be combination of education, but we learning and books we use to kind of all together. But we have to yet. I also talk about we got to about a company that the contract for the about and the cost of and both of them say something that they can make it up without the whole lot. Okay, there should be enough and missing and years. And so we have more anywhere. It's somehow, in the long run, that's yeah, come up with something that all Christians are not in the long run, we can say we can help so interesting because what's the reason that it's not in the sense that not the sense that's actually works and sound resolution and secular and philosophy and making the order. Well, that's often for the reason we present with draw on that why we I think there's different massive conceptual so there's not talking about that and sort of slightly easier and they probably get all of it. And there's also people who work in yeah, but there's really that conversation that are more generous and really I look at that myself and try to give them some models for other body. It's possible but it allows me self-critical. So I had in mind, for instance, John Deck and I had considered remarks I had cut from this talk that I gave the talk to the cause. Right, John Deck and Fiedler and I'm probably bring them back about the talk that if people are efficient, there's really nothing to do with things that is this modern philosophy gave this is the kind of more foundation in this process to the operation unavoidable moments unavoidable moments. It's something that you know I'm really not really that's the first thing genuine back where you can say I'm reading this which one do you like? And at that moment then you can have but I think that's the only one yeah, yeah, I'm going to run to the back. So this book is the whole chapter on the Gottlob. Yes, or no, I'm not really contributing to this. Yes. Yes, yeah, you need to. You don't this game out there. Yeah, is your talk David Khokhar or David? No, I have a piece of there's a thing up there, right? Yeah, that's great. Sometimes we'll share PowerPoint and kind of just finish your background display where it shows slides and notes, but it's all about it's I think that no, mine was a negative version. Mine also is Windows Microsoft. So you say that it's really well. I did a lot of sleep last night. I was working with Mr. Seekers. I didn't enter and I didn't find this. He had a lot of my jewelry city. But I mean, this is going so very well. I mean, there's a few things along the way. People are huge. They all that. I'm going to sit on camera. you know, feeling that inside this is a that's the main when any of this comes, and it's and then you know, presuppositional reduction. Yeah. But it is. Yes, well, it's not true. Yeah, no. Your journey from to
Oh, yes,
from the island.
I know. Just incredible. Did you send me that?
I messengered it. I wasn't sure if it's the right format or not.
I can get it. I'm not showing. Oh, I am showing you all of this. So you're going to see my messengers now. I hope you don't mind. Is there no way you can send it to me by email? Okay, I'm going to pull it from my messenger, but you're going to see all my Facebook feed and everything. Okay, here we are.
I'm not the first speaker at 11, right? So
Yes, so I'll minimize this, and then Edward is the first speaker. Oh, Thank you all for waiting. Our intermission has come to an end. Our next speaker is Professor Eduard Fiedler, a longtime colleague and collaborator of mine on the project of Trinitarian Ontology, an assistant professor in the Charles University in Prague or a nearby university. And we recently hosted, as you may have heard, a international conference at Charles University in Prague on persons of the Trinity. And Eduard has been collaborating with me for many, many years to host these events. In the future, we're planning to publish a collection of essays from our previous collaborative effort to host a panel at the European Academy of Religion in Münster, Germany, as well as other events. And I look forward to seeing all of that work in print. And I'm grateful to welcome to the stage my good friend and colleague, Eduard Fiedler.
So thank you very much, Ryan, for this extremely friendly introduction. I'm truly honored to be here to discuss Trinitarian ontologies and in particular Trinitarian metaphysics of Comenius. This is actually one of my long-term projects, which, as I hope, will eventually pave the way towards novel engagement with all German Trinitarian ontologies, like in German idealism, which were influenced by Jakob Böhme. Comenius can be treated as a kind of alternative to Böhme in early modernity. And we have already seen today the actuality of this question, how we understand the Schelling, Franz von Baader, Hegel, and so on. And this more ancient discussion in early modernity between Comenius and Böhme may prove to be somehow very important for this question. But let me start with some more general considerations. It seems that Trinitarian ontologies cannot escape the labyrinthine predicament inherent in all human thought as it moves and oscillates between affirmation and negation. Since Klaus Hemmerle asserted the need for a new ontology for a Trinitarian ontology in his thesis towards a Trinitarian ontology in 1976, this revisionary project was mostly met with skepticism or even rash criticism among theologians and philosophers, as if Trinitarian ontologies were only a marginal or highly dubious endeavor for a variety of reasons. Namely, theologians tend to refuse Trinitarian ontology by arguing that the Trinity should not be postulated as a principle of any philosophical system because it is a theological mysterium stricte dictum, so it can't be properly formulated in metaphysical terms. Behind this skeptical stance towards Trinitarian ontology, negative theology combines itself with the anti-Hellenistic and anti-metaphysical tendency of modern theology. Moreover, strong opposition against Trinitarian ontology comes also from the side of philosophy. For modern idealistic and transcendental philosophy, the genesis and foundation of Trinitarian ontology in the concrete history of salvation is acceptable only as a mere provisional moment of dialectical development towards a purely philosophical protology. And finally, for phenomenology, Trinitarian ontology terminates any genuine openness towards the limited existence of being in the world too early. Thus, the ontic supernatural revelation of the Trinity obscures the ontological revelation of being itself in a confused ontotheological manner. All these familiar refutations of Trinitarian ontology have one significant thing in common. Their negation of Trinitarian ontology is based on the affirmation of the pre-established extrinsic relationship between the realm of theology and philosophy, the order of grace and that of nature. However modern this strict separation is, it is also old enough. It repeats the ontological foundation of the post-Lapsarian state and preserves it in all human thinking, speaking, and acting, interfered by an insatiable, self-centered need to prioritize the possibility of affirmation and negation over real relations. This inevitably turns the original gift of being into nothing. But as Klaus Hemmerle declared in Christ, being is nothing but love or self-giving. Therefore, the indicated pre-established extrinsic relationship between theology and philosophy only covers this more fundamental division in the post-Lapsarian thinking and being that divides all beings from their fulfillment in the love of Christ.
Like in Erich Przywara and Ferdinand Ulrich, this division of being can be interpreted as pointing by analogy to the triune God, ipsum esse subsistens. And as Hans Urs von Balthasar suggested, this analogical structure arrived in history in Jesus Christ as concrete analogia entis. However, is this contemplative response to the post-lapsarian state of being sufficient? Just as Jesus Christ could not communicate the mystery of his human and Trinitarian identity by a simple propositional statement involving affirmations and negations, but had to pragmatically testify to the hypostatical truth through his whole life, death, and resurrection, the revelatory truth does not arise in created reality as a pure propositional act, but rather as an act of real communication and self-giving from within the network of interpersonal relations. Therefore, being qua being has to be not only analogically contemplated, expressed, and analyzed, but also reconciled. The original discourse of the New Trinitarian Ontologies conference was aware of this from the very beginning. In his opening address to this conference, John Milbank criticized the Socinian modernity with its separation of theology and philosophy, or grace and nature, and emphasized both contemplative and transformative dimensions of the modern quest for Trinitarian ontology. At a time of highly serious global political and environmental crisis, the proposed Trinitarian revision of metaphysical categories promises to unfold an unexpected disposition towards reconciliation and peace. But how can this be? How can this theoretical Trinitarian revision of metaphysics be plausibly connected with some sort of praxis without placing any particularistic practice above the theory or intuition of the reality of God's love? To examine this question, I will explore the Trinitarian metaphysics of the Czech and Moravian 17th century philosopher and theologian, last bishop of the Unity of the Brethren, Jan Amos Komenský, or Comenius. In Comenius' broad panoptic vision, the religious, scientific, and philosophical crisis of his early modern times was to be overcome by reducing all these areas to their Trinitarian roots. Building on the recent scholarship of the Bamberg Trinitarian School and Czech phenomenology, I will sketch out his panoptic conception of the relationship between theology and philosophy and its grounding in his Trinitarian metaphysics. Thus, this metaphysical option of Comenius opened the alternative to Socinian and Cartesian modernity with its prioritization of subject-centric activity, self-sustaining power and technology over sacramental praxis and contemplation of the truth of being? Is this how human creativity harmonizes itself with the original Trinitarian creation and serves the Trinitarian reconciliation of being? In his opening address to the New Trinitarian Ontologies conference, John Milbank remembered Comenius' visit to England in 1641. At that time, Comenius was full of hope, finding the best place to work on his panoptical proposals. Above all, he wanted to finish his explicitly metaphysical work called EuARe, a sequel to his Latin textbook Janua Linguarum. The visible order of words had to be grounded upon the invisible order of things. Comenius was struggling with the question, how should this a priori order of things be expressed metaphysically? The Cartesian subject-centric answer seemed unconvincing to him. Unfortunately, the outbreak of the English Civil War changed his plans dramatically, and he had to leave for the continent without the manuscript having been finished. During the next year, Comenius finally met René Descartes at the castle Endeges near Leiden for an important conversation which Comenius described with following words, quotation: "We exchanged speech for about 4 hours. We parted in friendly fashion. We begged him to publish the principles of his philosophy, and he similarly urged me to realize my own plan, saying, 'Beyond the things that appertain to philosophy I go not. Mine, therefore, will be that only in part, whereof yours will be the whole.'" The concluding statement is illuminating. It is certainly true that the metaphysics of René Descartes was mystically inspired, but it was the mysticism of the absolute spiritual subject who reconstructs the reality as realitas objectiva from the subject's reflexive self-identification with its thought. In this way, Descartes concentrated only on the part. He separated cogitation from the rest of the life of the soul arbitrarily. He left the perichoretic interdependency of the intellect, memory, and love behind. Therefore, as he was confronted with the original Augustinian version of his Fundamentum Inconclusum from Augustine's De Civitate Dei, he refused to adhere to the Augustinian Analogia Trinitatis explicitly. On the contrary, Comenius' main concern was related to the truth of the whole. He called his own lifelong pedagogical, philosophical, and theological endeavor pansophy, wisdom of the all. For Comenius, this all or whole consists of the book of the inner mind, the book of the external nature, and the book of the Holy Scripture or revelation. What is within reveals itself in what is without, and what is without reveals itself to what is within, but these revelations only operate when the relations involving the within and the without are real through the participation on the divine revelation. Any strict separation of philosophical and theological acts wouldn't be appropriate, nor philosophy separately, nor theosophy separately, but both of them taken together, that is pansophy. That was a quotation. The fact that Comenius' pansophy was based on his Trinitarian metaphysics was recognized first during the late 20th century, thanks to the rediscovery of Comenius' so far unavailable works. According to Czech phenomenologist Jan Patočka, Comenius first adopted Aristotle's realistic metaphysics, most obviously in his Prima Philosophia. But in the face of brutal persecution, death of his wife and 2 children, and forced exile, he was looking to transform this metaphysical tradition. In Comenius' vision, the concept of being had to be reinterpreted in the light of a Christocentric history of salvation and the transformative task of man. Therefore, after reading Nicholas of Cusa, Comenius amended his original Aristotelian stance towards Neoplatonic participatory metaphysics. Eventually, in his unfinished pansophical opus De Rerum Humanarum Emendatione Consultatio Catholica, he conceived metaphysics as a descent from the Trinity to a world created by the Trinity, and as an ascent from the created world to the Trinity through man's participation in Trinitarian creativity. This emphasis on the practical outcome of metaphysical knowledge does not differ from the main concern of modern mathematical natural science and philosophy. However, in contrast to Descartes' dualism, for Comenius, this practical outcome of metaphysics was not determined by the egocentric predicament of cogito ergo sum, but by the subject's patient obedience to the Trinitarian meaning of the transcendental order of being. As I will show now, this crucial difference precedes the answer to the question of the possibility of a Trinitarian reconciliation of being. So how it is possible that the source of truly human scientific, cultural, and political creativity lies in the soul, which is open to the Trinitarian meaning of a transcendental order of being? And what is this Trinitarian meaning? Something less than the being of the Trinity and something more than the created being, or even something subsisting apart of the creator and creature as a triadic protological structure a priori? Comenius explicitly declined this seductive option. Although he was searching for the all-embracing pansophical eidetic structure a priori, he never identified it with the self-reflexivity of the absolute subject, nor with some absolute objective system of knowledge subsisting apart, above, or in between the triune creator and his creation. For Comenius, this eidetic structure of being subsists in the triune God as divine Sophia, and all creatures, especially the human soul, intimately participate in this Trinitarian source of being. According to Comenius, this human soul first observes the labyrinth of this created world and learns how to name all things already existing, as in his Janua Linguarum, but immediately thereafter, disappointed by the post-lapsarian malaise and labyrinthine predicament, the human being returns to himself and finds in his heart the only true teacher, Jesus Christ, as in his best-known literary work, Labyrinth of the World and Paradise of the Heart. In this way, the soul remembers what it has already known, that living in this fallen world and interacting with all things existing, it mirrors the triune creator himself. Thus, the fundamental acts of the human soul are reformed according to the Augustinian Analogia Trinitatis, and the light of the human mind becomes transparent to the Trinitarian meaning of an analogical order of being, analogia entis. Although he does not use these terms, for Comenius, true Trinitarian metaphysics starts at this very point where analogia Trinitatis meets analogia entis. This is the actual Januarerum, the gate of things. It goes on through the innovatory deduction of the new table of 9 accidental categories from the transcendentals unum, verum, and bonum. Just as the Trinitarian meaning of being is revealed by this transcendental triad, it is also revealed by the categorical reality. Above all, his deduction of relational categories, ordo, usus, amor, instead of the traditional Aristotelian relatio situs habitus, from the transcendental bonum is remarkable. It opens the possibility of a new metaphysical structuring of reality, in addition to the Trinitarian form of a particular thing, which consists of the substantia accidents and third relational principle called defectus. Comenius pays great attention to the description of the relational plurality in unity across the created world. He deals extensively with the metaphysical meaning of bipolar combinations, multipolar conglobations, and other structures of explicit personal and factual being together. For the very first time in the history of metaphysics, he uses the word structure as an explicitly ontological term. Thus, his Trinitarian metaphysics is both substantial and relational, and he is well aware its relevance in the face of post-Lapsarian malaise depends entirely on whether it can avoid the extremes of a purely substantial or relational way of speaking of being. Comenius's awareness of this crucial problem manifests itself in the fact that the pair of the most fundamental terms, being, ens or esse by Comenius, and non-being, non-ens and non-esse by Comenius, is augmented by semi-being, semi-ens, semi-esse, which partly is and partly is not. It introduces becoming, privation or defect into the metaphysics of the created world. Although Comenius is unable to accurately define creature or common being as a creatum, as a commune, as non-subsisting, non-subsistence like Thomas Aquinas, this metaphysical innovation suggests that he sees the reality of unsecured and unstable created being correctly. For him, created being is neither a frozen absolute identity nor a wild dialectical potentiality full of contraries. Rather, semi-being as processual becoming and balancing under the essential relations of the triune God and over the pseudo-relational abyss of nothingness. This creatural situation is intimately familiar to him. Comenius knows that the whole creation has been groaning as in the pains of childbirth right up to the present time. But the human soul is called to engage with this creature becoming and post-Lapsarian defectuality or privation actively through the real participation in the spirit of the Son and the Father, and in this way to collaborate in restoring everything in gloriam triunius Dei, as it is clear from Comenius' Opus Maius Consultatio Catholica or from his Trinitarian logic, grammatic and pragmatics of his late work Triertium Catholicum. Indeed, according to Comenius, all that people think, speak, or do is nothing but the practice of metaphysics. But the Trinitarian meaning of this metaphysical praxis is not exhausted by an artificially creative and politically peaceful transformation of this world. Actually, the culmination of Comenius' Pansophia is a final vision of an eternal world, mundus aeternus, where all creation plays like Virgin Sophia, coram the triune God. In this Comenian pansophic perspective, the Trinitarian meaning of being can be found primarily in the triune God himself and secondarily in his creation, especially but not exclusively in the human soul and its logical, rhetorical, and pragmatical creativity. Comenius avoids being seduced by the triadic hypostasization of Trinitarian being subsisting apart of creator and creature. On contrary to Jan Patočka, who eventually saw Comenius as an early forerunner of the Hegelian triadic idealism, the authors of the Bamberg Trinitarian School and their Czech colleagues demonstrated that the truly orthodox Trinitarian aspect of Comenius' metaphysics cannot be reduced to a purely triadic dialectical speculation stemming from the protological strife or fundamental division, like in Böhme or later in Hegel. The detailed analysis of Comenius' reception of the old tradition, Augustine, Gregory of Nyssa, Raymond of Sabunde, Nicholas of Cusa, and his defense of the orthodox Trinitarian mystery against anti-Trinitarian Socinians shows that although Comenius indeed reduced the negativity to the Trinitarian relations, like in this term, privation, semi-being, defectuality, and so on. He also declined to import the evil or nothingness as a principle inside the triune God himself. In this sense, he explicitly criticized Böhme. He chose another part, everything in gloriam triunius Dei, through the Trinitarian reconciliation of being. At the beginning, I sketched out several of the most usual refutations of Trinitarian ontology. I linked them with the modern strict separation of theology and philosophy, grace and nature, and more fundamentally with the post-Lapsarian situation of thinking and being. In Comenius, so far presented Trinitarian alternative, is Comenius so far presented Trinitarian alternative able to stand up against those objections? First, negative theology warns against any metaphysical transposition of the Trinitarian mystery. It is mysterium stricte dictum. It can't be comprehended by human reason. For the sake of theology, it has to be separated from the metaphysical discourse. Which answer could Comenius perhaps give to this theological critique of the Trinitarian ontology? He would point out that the mystery of the Trinity is not diminished or rationalized by his Trinitarian metaphysics, but that the narrowly rationalist comprehension of the created order becomes, in the light of the Trinity, full of mystery again. He may point out that the proper Trinitarian metaphysics is not reducible to the propositional statements, but it has to be practiced in the midst of the labyrinth of this world through the participation in the spirit of the Father and the Son. All that people think, speak, or do is nothing but the practice of metaphysics. And second refusal comes from the opposite extreme. Modern idealistic philosophy rejects the ultimate meaning of any history of salvation and the Christological and ecclesial mediation of Trinitarian mystery. All this is acceptable only as a mere provision of penultimate moment of dialectical development towards the fullness of the pure triadic protology. Of course, Comenius would never accept such a stance. For him, the spiritual light of the mind is always to be found on the way to Bethlehem and from there back again. He shares the awareness of the triadic explication and implication of being, but for Comenius, the triadic eidetic structure a priori is determined by the anticipation of the ultimate Trinitarian revelation in the history of salvation, above all in the history of Jesus Christ and the life of the Church. And finally, phenomenology could argue that Trinitarian ontology overshadows the actual situation of being in the world and answers the question of being Seinsfrage too easily. Is not the eschatology implied by Trinitarian ontology reduced to the over-optimistic present tense? Is not the situation of human existence radically fragile so that only hope against all hope could mediate the true meaning of being? Was Comenius patient enough? His lifelong trust in prophecies, chiliasm, seemed to indicate a clear inclination towards a radical present eschatology. But his Trinitarian metaphysics resists the most dangerous temptation to hypostasize the Trinitarian meaning of the created being. According to Comenius, except for Jesus Christ, there is no full realization of the Trinitarian meaning of being in the labyrinthine situation of this world. Comenius sees the mess of the created order clearly. He is used to looking into the abyss of nothingness over which the relational semi-being of this created world in becoming balances. To him, therefore, hope is an actual element of his metaphysical inquiry. But what was he actually hoping for? I dare to summarize. The human soul, by coming out of itself into being, is certainly already in being, always in the Trinitarian meaning of being. Because it is not strictly detached from being. It does not have to replace being with its own human thinking and acting. Nonetheless, as the human soul does not fully own being, it remains participating. This participation, however, culminates in the non-identical repetition of what the triune God himself is, self-giving and creativity. Thus, before the face of the Trinitarian meaning of being on one hand and the labyrinth of this world on the other, the human soul is tasked with participating in the completion of reality as it already is. What was Comenius ultimately hoping for? Only for this one thing necessary, unum necessarium, both contemplative and active, for nothing but truly Trinitarian reconciliation of being. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. 5 minutes for questions.
if no one has much to start out with, I have often wondered about the imminent revision of the categories when we speak about being and God. Already in Aristotle, there's these two lists of categories, and we famously after Eduard, Monaratus, amongst the Pythagoreans, there's an elevation relation to one of the first of the categories rather than auxiliary category. Later in Christian speculation, from towards Alexandria, there seems to be a similar prioritization of relation and also a new way of using prepositions to change the ground while this is about God. But here is Comenius's revision of categories drawn from earlier being tradition, and does it influence early modern speculation of the categories? Can it be seen in light of, for instance, Immanuel Kant's famous attempt to reduce categories in particular reason, or is it something really different? And what does it tell us about how this attempt to really revise the categories related to fundamental Trinitarian speculation? Is there a link between the grammar of categories and the way in which we speak about God, or as where God speaks into the categories of our speech of being?
Thank you, Ryan, for this very important question. Actually, this is the core of his Trinitarian metaphysics. There are some disputes about the historical influences behind this revision of Aristotelian categories in Comenius. So I will not give really a concluding answer to this question, but it seems that in this deduction of categories from transcendentals, it seems an original attempt. There was some kind of deduction of categories from transcendental already in Middle Ages in 13th century by some more minor scholastics, but it seems to be it would be very difficult to find any way of influence between these scholastic authors and Comenius. So it seems to be his original proposal. First, he quite traditionally appropriates the transcendentals. It has some problems, but we will discuss this. But these three transcendentals, unum verum bonum, to the Trinitarian persons. And second, in the second move, he tries to deduce the excedents from transcendentals. So he tries to show how these three Trinitarianly appropriated transcendentals are generative in relation to excedents. And the most innovatory movement between in this deduction is deduction of these three relational categories from the transcendental bonum. This is motivated by the theological appropriation of relation to the Holy Spirit, and of course to the bonum, so to say, to the goodness which binds together, and ultimately love, of course. And these three categories which are deduced from the bonum, they are interpreted by Comenius as a fundament for all relational beings in world, for all conglobation structures, interpersonal or just factual relations, and so on. So this is the structure of this innovatory transformation of his table of categories. You know, first the Trinitarian appropriation of transcendentals, then deduction, and these new relational categories, which are motivated by the role of Holy Spirit in creation. So that's my answer for now.
Thank you very much, Edward. That was brilliant. We'll give a round of applause to Fiedler.
Our next speaker will be Jonathan Lyonhart. As many of you may remember, Jonathan Lyonhart co-organized the 2019 New Trinitarian Ontologies conference at the University of Cambridge. He's a brilliant public speaker. He hosts the Spiritually Incorrect podcast. He's recently published a new book titled Monotheism, a dialogue about the Trinity in a pub, which I believe we'll be speaking about today. Please welcome to stage Professor Jonathan Lyonhart. Let's try it again. There it is. Press page down.
Well, I was invited to present a scholarly version of my popular level book today, Monotheism. It's popular level in the sense that it's a Socratic dialogue, yet the Socratic dialogue is arguably that most ancient of academic genres, and so hopefully I have at least something to say that's academic as well today. Now, growing up in the church, it's not quite working. Growing up in the church, I could never really make sense of the Trinity, and I imagine if you're in this group, that's you as well. And if the Christian God did not make sense, I wondered, why should I believe in it? But then I went off to university where I studied cosmology. Why is there anything at all? What caused the universe? And the more I realized, as I studied the origins of the universe, the more I realized that it also does not make sense. In fact, I realized that the enigmas that occur at the origins of the universe seem to be the same exact enigmas that reappear when we try to make sense of the Christian Trinity. Both of the origins of the universe and the Trinity do not make sense, and it seemed to me for precisely the same reasons. And if that is the case, then perhaps the Trinity is as rational to believe in as our own existence. We may not understand the Trinity or how the universe came to be, but somehow or other, such things must be real, or else we would not exist to talk about it. But what exactly is this parallel? How is the enigma of the Trinity the same as the enigma of existence? Well, when we are trying to explain the origin of the universe, what we are trying to explain is the existence of our universe of becoming, of temporality, change, process, of things becoming other things, etc. And the first option, oversimplified for today's talk, the first option for what caused our universe of becoming is to just appeal to more becoming. Becoming, cause becoming, on into infinity, which is what an atheist might say. Temporal becoming stretches back in this infinite chain of universes and big bangs, one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. But there's a problem. Infinity doesn't seem to make much sense. If I told you I would give you a cheeseburger after an infinite period of time had elapsed, would you get the cheeseburger? No, because an infinite period of time would have to pass first. And so we would never have reached this day in 2023. We'd never have come to exist. And infinitely worse, you'd never get your cheeseburger. And there are other issues with infinity, and I'm sure you've all heard the different paradoxes in Hilbert's Hotel and all such things. We may find infinites useful mathematically, but I would contend that doesn't mean they make sense logically. Indeed, it doesn't make sense for time to stretch back infinitely. There seems to need to be a rock bottom it's only logical that if you keep going back in time, you'll eventually hit something that is outside of time. Something that is not becoming, but is sheer, unadulterated, timeless being. Now, for the insane and wonderful simplicity of a 20-minute talk, I'm going to just refer to everything within time as becoming and everything outside of time as being, even though those terms have a much more nuanced and complicated meaning and history in, say, Aquinas or Heidegger or whoever you're talking about. So just sort of equate timelessness and temporality to these terms for the sake of today's talk. And being is the second option for how the universe got here that I will suggest. The universe of becoming does not stretch infinitely back, but is grounded in timeless being. And you can all see the roots of the cosmological argument here. But there's a problem with this option as well. For if being is outside of time, how can it begin to create the world? To begin to do something is to bring time and process back into the equation. You see, in order to avoid the infinite regress of becoming, we had to remove all time and becoming from being. But if all time is removed from being, then being cannot begin to create anything at all. So on the one hand, becoming needs timeless being to stop the infinite regress, but being also needs becoming, or else it's just stuck in its timelessness, unable to begin to create anything at all. So you seem to need both. Combining being and becoming into one entity that is somehow both inside and outside of time. This would prevent the need for an infinite regression because it would still be grounded in timeless being, and yet it could still begin to create in time because it would also be becoming. Of course, the problem with this both option is that it also does not make sense. For if something is both inside and outside of time, both being and becoming kind of sounds like a contradiction. How can something be in and outside of time at the same time? Which means that all of the three options I will explore for how the universe began don't seem to make sense. Either the universe was caused by something within time, by something outside of time, or something that is both, either A, non-A, or both A and non-A. And yet, these three fairly exhaustive options do not make sense. Becoming on its own leads to an infinite regression, which doesn't make sense. Being on its own can't begin to create anything because it's outside of time. And if you try to combine both of these into one timeless thing that can somehow still cause things in time, you end up with a contradiction. Thus, I would contend that no explanation of our universe makes sense. No one can explain this relationship between being, becoming, and both. And yet, one of these three options must somehow be true, or else we wouldn't exist to talk about it. And what's interesting is how this enigma parallels the enigma of the Christian Trinity. For example, in the Old Testament, the Divine Father is often depicted as transcendent to the extent that we cannot even look him in the face without dying. He is beyond us in our ways of reasoning. Where were you when I created the heavens and the earth? God is eternal and beyond creaturely time and reckoning, and so should not be rendered in a graven image nor idol, lest Moses smash the 10 Commandments. But then, out of nowhere, this guy shows up claiming to be God's son. The son incarnates here and now within time and space. You can actually reach out, touch him, speak to him, know him. He is temporal. He's born, ages, withers, and even dies. Jesus seems within time and space and becoming. Blasphemy, for you, a mere man, claim to be God. So the question is, how can this timeless Father of being be one with the temporal Christ of becoming? The question of how the Trinity works ends up being the exact same question we found at the origins of the universe. How do being and becoming relate? And if the problem at the origins of the universe is the same problem of the Trinity, then perhaps the Trinity becomes as rational to believe in as our own existence. And this parallel doesn't stop with the Father and Son, for in much of the Christian, and especially Augustinian tradition, the Holy Spirit is this unity, this bothness between the Father and the Son. The Spirit proceeds from both the Father and the Son. The Spirit is the kiss between them. But how solid is this parallel really? Well, as I previously said, the both option at least seems like a contradiction. And a contradiction entails that this entity would be 100% being, 100% becoming, and somehow 100% both. 3 and 1, 1 and 3. And indeed, being and becoming would not be 3 separate parts or distinct modes. For if they were separate parts, it would be 33% being, 33% becoming, and 33% both. It's logical to assume that if two opposite things are both true, they can only be partly true. A third this, a third that, a third something else. That would be a logical mixture of ingredients. But it wouldn't be what we're talking about here, because this isn't logical. A contradiction is both things being fully true at the same time and in the same way. So it would have to be 100% being, 100% becoming, and 100% both all at once. Just like the Father, Son, and Spirit are not each 1/3 or 1 part or 1 mode of God, but are each 100% fully God. Now, being on its own would be stuck outside of time, and so would be unable to begin to create the universe. But if being and becoming were contradictorily one, then being could begin to create through becoming. Thus, through becoming, all things were made, just as through the Son, all things were made. Now, since becoming is bound up with time, it seems possible that it would also be able to incarnate in the temporal world, able to be Emmanuel, God with us. And yet, even though becoming could theoretically be born into time like a babe, it is still contradictorily one with timeless being, and so is eternal. There was never when it was not. And so, while becoming is temporal, you cannot say it is created or that it began to exist. Perhaps a better thing to say is that it is eternally begotten. Furthermore, in the contradiction of both, becoming is 100% its own individual and also 100% one with being. So it can simultaneously be said that in the beginning was becoming, and becoming was with being, and becoming was being. Just like how in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And while no one has ever seen the transcendent Father God of being, since he is one with the Son of becoming, his Son has made him known. We can know being through becoming. No one gets to the Father except for the Son. And as insane as all this sounds, it nonetheless makes as much sense as our own existence. Indeed, this connection between the Trinity and cosmology is something we should have expected all along, for Christians have always said that the triune God created the universe. And so for Christians, these should never have been two separate discussions. The contradiction of the Trinity and the contradiction of the universe's origins are not two separate contradictions. They are the same enigma articulated in the language of two different disciplines, the language of theology and the language of cosmology. To reappropriate a phrase, cosmology is theology. Question: does that mean that the Trinity is a contradiction? No, not necessarily. We don't have to say the Trinity truly is a contradiction. All we have to say is that you can't dismiss the Trinity for currently seeming like a contradiction. Perhaps when we die, God will explain it to us and it will all make perfect sense. Being a rational theologian doesn't mean we have to reduce the Trinity to that which is solely rational, for the Trinity makes as much sense as our own existence. We should strive to be rational, but not more rational than reality itself. Question: if divine being is one with becoming, does that break down the creator-creature distinction? No, because being is not one with all of becoming, but just one with the initial source of becoming through which all other becoming was made. The Son is becoming, but not all becoming is the Son. Just as my wife is beautiful, but not all beautiful people are my wife. So please don't tell her I said that. Question: Jonathan, you made it sound like the Father of being is stuck outside of time, while the Son of becoming is stuck temporally inside of time. Does that make the Father deistically distant and the Son a temporal creation? It might, if we were stuck speaking logically. But my whole point is that logic seems to break down here. And so the lines between Father and Son also break down and bleed together. The Son seems contradictorily one with the eternal Father, and so is himself eternal. And the timeless Father is one with the Son, and so can begin to create the universe and actively enter Israel's temporal history. So my goal is not to impose a philosophical cookie-cutter mold to say the Father is only this and the Son is only that, but rather to show how these lines are themselves overrun in the mystery of our cosmic origins. Question: is this purely an apologetical point you're making? No. Well, this does have apologetical value. I think it also helps liberate theologians from the tension between classical theism and process thought, as well as between reason and fideism, and many other things that I explore further in the book itself, which I will once again shamelessly plug here. Monotheism, available now, and I have physical copies here today if you'd like to buy one. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you very, very much, Bob. That was wonderful. Now 10 minutes for questions. If you have any questions, I'd like to start out with a few. So my first question was, although I understand that you did it mostly for talking about it, I also know that you have written about Martin Heidegger, complex theology, and considering that your initial analogy was about the beginning of being, I wonder if you could say a bit more about how you go about answering the suspicion of complex theology raised by Martin Heidegger. And the second question happens, you please follow up with it, is about the breakdown of logic. So one thing that we heard from Milbank earlier today was that the Trinitarian subsidiary relations appear to violate the principle of non-contradiction. And it seems that when you describe how the mystery of the Trinity exceeds finite human comprehension when we ordinarily think about being, we have to sort of point over the ostensible structure of exclusivity or trivialization that results from contradiction in any inference. And I wonder if there's room for a block of hope for the possibility of consistent reasoning. Does God know God's in a consistent way? And if so, what are the resources available for humans to come to know God in a way that's reasonable and lawful?
Yeah, hopefully I can contradictorily answer both those questions at the same time. And I think the answer actually will, though, bleed into each other, though I think I've actually forgotten what the first one is now, because you said a lot of things. Onto theology, yeah. So with Heidegger, there's the sense that as soon as you speak it or put categories on it, you're going to once again reduce it not to being in itself, but as another being. So even if you're saying, no, we're not talking about beings, we're talking about being, the attempt to speak it or articulate it is going to reduce it back down into a being, and you're losing the thing itself. And I think that critique makes perfect sense. It seems contradictory to somehow speak of something in finite language that goes beyond that without reducing it. And I think the very fact, though, that something is beyond language, the fact that it can be a contradiction is what can overcome that divide, because a contradiction can be beyond us and not beyond us at the same time. It can be speakable in the way that the Logos is speakable and knowable, and you could reach out and, theoretically 2000 years ago, you could have held him. It was knowable in that way. And the Father can nonetheless remain beyond our categories, beyond our language and understanding. But if those two are one in some sort of contradictory way, we can know the one through the other. And so perhaps no one has ever seen God the Father, but through the Son, he has been made known. And in that sense, if we want to truly allow Heidegger's critique to exist and to truly let the God of being itself be genuinely other and not reducible Feuerbachingly to our categories, then we should allow the possibility that he could be beyond us and not beyond us at the same time and in the same way, because that's just to allow that logic might go beyond finite logic, and so he could do both. And in that sense, I think that can maybe overcome what he's talking about. And I think that's very much where I end up going myself, is if we're going to really allow contradictions, then that doesn't just mean contradictions beat logic, because in a contradiction, logic can be 100% valid and also 100% transcendent. And if you think that's a contradiction, welcome to the discussion. Contradiction and logic can coexist in the logic of contradiction and neither be negated. Because in a contradiction, something is not partly true. It's like partly logical and then partly illogical. No, it's 100% true. It's 100% logical, but also 100% not. That's what makes it a contradiction. And if it is a contradiction, then we can speak it and also not reduce it to language, because it can be beyond our categories and also within them at the same time and in the same way. And that's what I think the Trinity does. And one of the reasons I really think that you need the Son, not just to begin to create the universe, but to articulate anything about the Father. And I think that would also go to John's point about contradiction and answering that and all of those things. So.
Jonathan, thank you. You made me, I'm still articulate this, but it has something to do with the way you have given a metaphysical framing to Paul Davis's Goldilocks and Enigma, that in fact things are just right and why are they just right. What's struck me about I suppose the relation between Trinity and cosmology is just the vastness of what the cosmos is. And at the moment, how lonely it feels to be this tiny thing in the middle of such a vastness that seems to have some of the theological answers. So I just would really like some kind of reflection on, okay, so God creates through the Logos. There's a lot of stuff out there, not just us. And how, so what's all that about? Why not just, make it the Ptolemaic universe? That's great, okay, in the solar system. But it's not. We're just part of something that's hugely hugely vast.
Yeah. Well, I guess the question, especially after I made the bold statement that cosmology is theology, perhaps I could reword that as cosmogony is theology, in terms of I'm dealing with the origins question less than the nature of it currently question. And so I'm really just dealing with that first initial act or moment, which we're told not to ask about, right? And if you try to refer to that in temporal language, no, it's not temporal. Well, okay, but then what is it? So I could venture a guess in answer to your question, but I don't know if my project here has anything specifically to say to it. So, and so I will say nothing in regards to the nothingness of space. So.
We have a few more, just one more question. If you have anything you'd like to offer? Well, if there are no further questions, could we all raise a hand and give congratulations to John from Eduard?
Thank you.
Our next guest speaker will be joining us all the way from Villanova in the United States of America, Katherine Apostolacus, a PhD student in philosophy at Villanova University, who's recently been a student in resident at the University of Cambridge studying with Katherine Pickstock. She gave a marvelous presentation at the D Society, the Seminar for Philosophy and Religion, this past year, The Loveliest Dance on Eucharistic Metaphysics. And I believe today she'll be expanding on the top of her topic. Please welcome Katherine Apostolacus.
Thank you, Ryan. This paper is a shortened version of the seminar I gave last March at D Society. Shorter, that is 75% shorter. So there's a lot that I've cut out, and it was very painful. So much gratitude is due to my friends who have helped me during that time in Cambridge, especially Katherine Pickstock and Kayla Robbins. The title is actually The Loveliest Liturgy, the Dance of Knowledge and Desire in Catholic Masses. It builds on the contention of Pickstock that the liturgy of the church constitutes the consummation of philosophy. Her basic insight is not, as my fellow Villanovan James K. Smith has alleged, that we ought to engage the liturgy as mining expeditions for ideas and concepts otherwise unavailable. On the contrary, the point is that all things, even knowledge, have their being in love, and that this love gives us the triune God, the beating heart of the eschaton. As Pickstock makes clear, we do not first apprehend and then desire and imitate. Rather, we first apprehend in acts of desiring, which alone begin to disclose through mimesis that which is imitated. To think, in other words, is not merely a noetic phenomenon. To think is to participate in the divine love whence we came and toward which we sojourn. Faced with the truth of the gospel, we are faced also with the centrality of liturgy in the life of a Christian. As with any life, this includes the life of the mind. So here I discern how the liturgy reflects the relationship of knowledge and desire suggested by Pickstock. Though our knowledge is finite and our loves so often fail, can we love and know God? I answer yes, but only as a matter of gift and gift returned for gift, in the manner so blessedly demonstrated to us by the Incarnation. The structure of the liturgy across the ages follows thusly: the introit, the liturgy of the word or the catechumenate, the liturgy of the Eucharist, and the dismissal. The introit. To understand the liturgy as an offering of love unto love, we should ask, whence did love arise in us? Was it love at first sight? Love at first sight proposes the coincidence of loving and seeing. It is agnostic as to which came first, the loving or the knowing. This aporia may suggest that neither precedes the other, but they arise at the same time. As Gillian Rose ponders, does love at first sight mean that you fall in love the instant you meet someone? Or does the first sight occur when you suddenly fall in love with someone you may have met or known for any amount of time? That is, when all of a sudden you begin to know and therefore cherish them anew. This is true between finite subjects, but when we begin to speak this way about love for God, one may grow suspicious on account of God's apparent unknowability. A certain strain of modern apophaticism latches on to this notion of God's unknowability. But St. Thomas clarifies that all that exists is knowable, including God, who is supremely knowable. If humans could not ever see God intellectually, we would be unable to fulfill the beatitude of our highest function. Thus, St. Thomas distinguishes between two senses of intelligibility. The first sense is that which is knowable in itself, that is open to intellectual reception. And the second is that which accounts for the intellectual limits of a particular subject. Of this latter sense, St. Thomas remarks that the thing known is in the knower according to the mode of the knower. If all that exists is intelligible, and knowledge implies loving what is known, then we may conclude that what is intelligible is also lovable. Like intelligibility, lovability can be understood in two senses. It can mean an intrinsic ability of being loved. In this sense, God is infinitely lovable. Or it can mean another's ability to love it. We can then transpose St. Thomas's remark on knowledge to love. The beloved is in the lover according to the mode of the lover. The beloved cannot control, like a despot or a democrat, how the lover loves her. There is no democracy in any love relation, only mercy, as Gillian Rose says. The intrinsic lovability of all things does not demand that we finite beings love all things in the same way. Rather, we love each in a way that we are able and remain vulnerable to each, even though our ways may be some degree incommensurate. This means that we must know our limits and love ourselves within those limits, and to recognize others' limits and love likewise. We begin in the middle, as Gillian Rose and William Desmond enlighten us. Likewise, the Mass does not simply begin at 10:30, or whenever it might begin. Its beginning unfolds with many signals and semaphores. The ringing bells, the vesting, the lighting of the candles, the first steps of the procession, the first song, the priest's greeting, or Pentecost, the death and resurrection of Christ, the Nativity, the Annunciation, the sacrifice of Isaac, the creation of Adam and Eve. These are among the many starts of the liturgy. It has already begun. Like the intellect, need our lovability be fulfilled in its highest capacity? Who is to say that desire ought to be fulfilled? That it is not the vainest scratches in the darkest air? How can we begin with this anxiety in our hearts? Why, of all desires, must the desire for God be something that doesn't also go unfulfilled like the rest? These are the questions of a broken heart. I haven't an answer, but I do have a hope, for knowing is not the whole of love. But in love it subsists, and without love it is a vain thing. The broken heart is tempted to latch on to this vanity and totalize it by asserting the unknowability and vanity of things. So also is the presence of love denied. If we cannot love anything, neither can we know anything. And isolation seems to confirm this for us. Yet to know of yourself that you seem not to love anything is the beginning of loving the truth of yourself, contingent as it may be, such that you can emerge from this lovelessness in recognition of your own intrinsic lovability. There's none utterly loveless. Hence, the incarnation is a kenosis not into utter lovelessness, but into a broken world, nevertheless infinitely beloved. So we turn to the liturgy of the catechumenate. Revelation is not contra reason, but it is not reason's achievement. However, the very intelligibility of revelation rests on our ability to see and love it. The liturgy does not begin with us, for it is not only about our pining and imagining. We read scripture because God has a name for us to behold and has entered into our history in flesh. When we think we have begun things for ourselves, we are reminded that all we are and all we have is the gift of God, and the proof which knows him rests in the love for him. The knowledge conjoined to love is not an instrument of conjuration, as if some magic trick of philosophy. Though some proofs for the existence of God are cogent, they cannot make God appear except by helping us to notice his presence already amongst us. St. Anselm surmises that anything truly infinite should surpass the mastery of the mind. His ontological argument is not a proof for God's existence as a passive object, as in Heidegger's critique of ontotheology, but it is a self-limiting argument of intersubjectivity. Contained within St. Anselm's ontological argument is the rational subject's reception of her finitude as a gift of God's infinite being. For St. Anselm, this is not the end of an argument to batter over the heads of the fools, but the beginning of desiring intimacy with God. So, in some liturgies, catechumens are dismissed after the homily. This first half of the Mass is called the Liturgy of the Catechumens. The transition to the Eucharist, sometimes known as the wedding feast of the Lamb, may be considered too spiritually intimate for those who are only briefly acquainted with the bridegroom. Though many Western churches today disfavor this practice, we might heed Solomon's wisdom in the Song of Solomon. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, do not stir up or awaken love until it is ready. So we turn to the Eucharist, if you are ready. To be ready for intimacy is not the same as to be worthy of it. Readiness seems to be acceptance of mercy in the face of one's unworthiness. Readiness for intimacy with the beloved is not a presumption that the beloved owes us love in the manner we desire. This would be the violent love of jealousy. Rather, readiness is preparedness for however her mercy befalls us, which will, if we allow it, transform us into better lovers, and if she will allow it, transform us into better beloveds. Understood this way, readiness requires us to recognize our unworthiness without despair. It is readiness, not self-sufficiency, that allows us to be made worthy. Unworthiness is not a diminution or abrogation of our intrinsic goodness, but a recognition that we are not, by that goodness, owed love in the manner we prescribe, even by God. This is the sense in which the use of serum, the medieval liturgical rite, has the priest refer to himself as unworthy, indignus. The grace of mercy is effected when the beloved receives the love that she is not owed, that is not the beloved's by any necessity, but is given freely by the will of the lover. So loving better and knowing better entail each other. And the greater the intimacy, the better the entailment. And because we are creatures with myriad relations, our love for the beloved is a work that must also extend to those she relates to, albeit not in the same way. This is why the Eucharist is not a strictly private affair. Out of intimacy comes the love of society. And so the Eucharist is the heart of society, being the most intimate of all affairs. To be ready for intimacy is to be ready for where it might send you, with and despite all the work being effected. So we turn to the dismissal. Sending is the summation of the Mass's dismissal. The use of serum, as I mentioned earlier, shares with the Tridentine Mass the words of dismissal, ite missa est, go, this is the Mass. The 1979 Book of Common Prayer, which we use in the US, makes no reference to the Mass itself and says instead to go forth in various ways. And likewise, the 1662 Book of Common Prayer blesses the congregation with the peace of Christ. The Roman Catholic Novus Ordo provides options like those in the BCP and offers a more popular, more common dismissal. The Mass is ended, go in peace. This is meant to translate ite missa est from the older rites. The Novus Ordo seems to treat ite missa est as two separate ideas, the going and the definition of the Mass as having ended. However, it may be instead that the going is part of the Mass's continuation, rather than its boundary. This is the implication of the Anglican liturgies. Indeed, the Church's Eucharistic constitution is carried beyond what is written in the customaries and missals. It is ontological. So even where one might think there is a firm boundary between the Mass and everything else, the dismissal of the Mass remains porous. The end reflects the beginning in this porosity. The selfish lover ends only with himself. To begin selfishly is also to end with nothing. The selfish lover understands nothing he claims to love, least of all himself. For this reason, the self-enclosed liturgy is quintessentially antisocial. If the liturgy is only about our expression and pining, it seems not to be about love at all. Our dismissal is not won unto death, but beyond death by triumphing over it. Love's dismissal is not a rejection, it is a transfiguration. My affection may be transformed from pining into friendship, or from romance into marriage, from catechumen to communicant to saint. But love does not cease when transformed, it is perfected. As St. John exhorts, let us rejoice and exult and give him glory, for the marriage of the Lamb has come, and his bride has made herself ready. This is the hope in which all liturgies, all our loves, and every true philosophy rests, that they may be consummated in that divine marriage, unashamed, undeterred, and infinitely loved by the infinitely lovable. And so we might end with a voluntarius. New Trinitarian ontology, at its best, will take hold of the divine hand, the love that is the source and promise of all that is and could ever be blessed to be. New Trinitarian ontology marks the intelligibility of this infinite love, without counting it as a clever achievement of we who happen to fall gratefully into his arms. What is new is what we remain open to, what secrets are left to behold, and what resurrections are still to be joyfully hoped for. It is a philosophy with the love of wisdom as at its core, just as it is the very core of our being. All that exists must be loved in order to be understood. To love wisdom is therefore to partake of his body. Thank you.
Thank you, Katherine, for the marvelous and moving reflections. We now have 15 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Katherine. And it reminds me so much of Katherine Fitzgerald in the way you were kind of delivering it and the poetry of what you were delivering. And I am deeply committed to the sense of the liturgy and the importance of liturgy in the pedagogy of discipleship that it works out. I just want you to some reflections on the Anglican tradition of the liturgy that's not exclusive, not inclusive, it's of the kind of lovings that are not accepted, and the churches that actually ban those kinds of lovings, and ban the relationships that are fostered within them. I mean, I know this personally, that in fact, if you like, the spiritual abuse that can follow from institutionalizations.
Yeah, this is a really important question. And so I have no fantasies that any liturgy at any point is on our end perfect. And they're even in the best of our liturgies, they can be corrupted and abused. And I think the church's openness to a diversity of styles and rites and so on is actually a way for certain abuses to be, well, the abuses themselves are on the side, but when one is affected and it is abused in one such liturgy, there are others that they can enter into. And so it's not just this one determinate way that has to be done in this particular way, but it's the church allowing us to grow in love, even when we've been abused and in some ways have learned to distrust it, or even lose faith in that matter. And so I think the pastoral point for the liturgy is that this is open to everyone, and to insist on it, and to remain flexible. And every church is different, every parish has different needs, and yeah, and in order to prevent abuse, I think there's so much that goes into it, and in some ways it's a question of, well, how do we stop people from sinning? And I don't know that we do that work per se, at least not on our own. Tentatively, part of the answer is to say we need to encourage something like a Trinitarian ontology, but not just in the academic philosophical sense, but also in a mystical and deeply reverent sense, where our clergy or whoever involved that might use it for abuse are forced to face up with the realities that they're abusing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree that there must be an interdependence and interrelation between knowledge and love. Someone said, to be loved without being known doesn't make you happy. But to be known without being loved doesn't make you happy either. But it seems to me when you reflect on interpersonal love, the final love, it seems to be that to some extent, as if one's knowledge needs to perceive love. If we look at the history of ideas, cultural history, that forms of earthly love that the person used to project his spirit. So because the beloved person wants to love who he or she really is, because the uniqueness is very important, and that seems to presuppose a certain kind of knowledge. And once this knowledge is there, then love comes into play, and they deepen this knowledge, and then it's like the rest is supposed to be like silent. I know the other person more because I love, and I love or him more because I know him more. But it seems to be that at the beginning, there must be knowledge to some extent. Would you agree with that?
It's certainly there at the beginning. I don't agree that it fully precedes love. But your mention of courtly love is very interesting, because in the original version of this, Dante, our beloved medieval Dante, he played a huge part in this. And so I read a lot of the La Vita Nuova and the Divine Comedy. And I grappled with Dante's kind of courtly sense of love, where he has this distance from Beatrice, and at least in some ways, Beatrice becomes this amorphous character. And part of my reflections on Dante ended with realizing he doesn't actually know her, and he doesn't actually really love her until he moves closer to her. And that has to involve genuinely loving her, even in the small smidgen that he knows of her. Which also means his knowledge has to be open to being transformed. But your knowledge can't be open to being transformed and knowing more unless you love knowledge itself. And this is why Plato and Socrates and so on talk about philosophy is, we are lovers of wisdom. Yeah.
Thanks, Katherine, very much. I wanted to talk, maybe related to the first question about liturgy, but I wanted to hear a little bit more about your distinction at the very beginning from James Smith's view. And if I heard you right, you're saying that whereas Smith wants to say that liturgy is a sort of resource from which we can borrow analogous modes of relation. And you want to say, if I heard you right, that no, it's actually like liturgy is the form of knowledge and love, right? It has a liturgical shape. So first of all, I wanted to know if I have that right. But the second part in relation to that question is, if in fact, it's not, I mean, if that's true, it changes what we mean by thinking about liturgy as the sort of culmination or summit of thought in that way. Because a culmination or summit could be understood to be a kind of cherry on the top of the sundae, as it were, something added on, something supernatural grace added on to a kind of natural, dimension, something like that. Whereas if it's the form of knowing and loving itself, then there's a sort of loop that insists that our liturgy, that we go about the business of the ascetic discipline of opening our liturgies in this way, that could be understood to be corrective of some of the ways in which our liturgies are exclusive or abusive, or so anyway, those two parts. Thanks.
Yeah, so on Jamie Smith, you're partly right. The part that I quoted is his criticism of Katherine Pickstock's work. His notion of liturgy, he defines liturgy as rituals of ultimate concern. And he does this in order to make it as vague as possible, so it's available for kind of sociological reflection. He cites Christian Smith later on in the Nicene option, his book. And in the notion of liturgy that I'm advocating, and that I think Pickstock also advocates, in some ways it is broad. It's expansive, it's inclusive, it pours out of the walls of the church, and it is the heart of the church embodied. But it's not vague. It's very particularly and really manifest in the Eucharist. That's kind of where it comes out of. And so for Smith thinks that Pickstock treats the liturgy just as a text, to like one would read something from Hegel or Plato and just take out interesting ideas and play with them or see what they're all about. There might be some of this to do with the liturgy, but that's not what she's doing. She's more interested in how something really manifests to us, can change us and help us to know and love God more, and also be in some ways an expression of our own love and knowledge. And in Smith's sense of liturgy as the rituals of ultimate concern, he never defines ultimate concern. He never makes clear whether it's ultimate concern, whether he doesn't distinguish whether it matters if the thing is actually ultimate. And so it could be, under his definition, that someone who thinks a baseball game is the end of their life, that's in their liturgy. And he kind of makes this kind of argument in earlier books. And I think this kind of sociological definition of liturgy actually has no way of criticizing liturgies or addressing something like an abuse. There's nothing normative about it. Nothing anti-normative per se, but he has no standard for what constitutes a good and true liturgy. And whereas for Pickstock and whole swaths of Catholics who are reflecting on the nature of the Eucharist, there are standards, and they have to be speculatively understood and brought about through a love for God, but they're there. And yeah, so is that helpful?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Katherine. Can we all give a big hand for Apostolacus?
As our last speaker of today, it's my honor and privilege to welcome Professor Graham Ward, Regis Professor at the University of Oxford, former professor at the University of Manchester, the author of 12 books, including 6 edited volumes, including Postmodern God and notably Radical Orthodoxy and New Theology. Welcome, Graham Ward.
Thank you, Ryan. I hope my voice holds out. What I'm attempting in this paper is to understand something of the relationship between hearing and knowing God. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I think he has a way of providing a Trinitarian account of revelation if we pay attention to hearing. Hearing, I want to answer, attends less to the gift and the given and more to the reception and the participation. So what I want to try and do is to engage specifically Christ as Logos and the human participation in the communicative Logos. And I want to do that through 2 biblical exegeses. Because of the time, I'm not going to go into the exegeses in any detail whatsoever. But if you can keep in mind the 2 passages that I am trying to do some textual exegesis are. One is the story about Samuel being called in the temple, and with Eli when he was a little boy. And the other is in John's Gospel, when people hear thunder and Jesus and people think, is this thunder? Is this an angel? And eventually it comes out, no, this is God speaking, but actually Jesus then turns it round and said, God is speaking to you. It's not me that he's speaking to. Now, in offering this and in paying attention to hearing and speaking, it's not my intention to denigrate our other senses like touch, sight, smell, taste, but to emphasize that no one has seen God. We're repeatedly offered stories in the Hebrew scriptures of certain epiphanies of the divine prior to the incarnation of Christ. But it's always been significant for me that when Jacob, for example, encounters God in the night-long struggle at the ford of Jabbok, we're told it is with a man that he wrestled. And when Moses encounters God in the burning bush, we are actually told the angel of the Lord appeared to him in the flame, and God calls, he is not seen. Certainly in Isaiah's account, we are explicitly told, I saw, and the verb there is ra'ah, which is to look. The Lord seated on the throne, high and exalted. But in fact, our attention is immediately drawn to the work of the seraphic host. Again, the reference becomes, I heard Shammah, the Lord saying. So seeing God is inflected, deflected, and mediated in ways that mitigate against direct visibility. And this is not the case, and that's why I'm turning to hearing. This is not the case with hearing in the same way. So it is to hearing as a means of reordering perception that I want to pay attention to in this paper. Hearing then as it participates in the communicative logos. If what is perceived is governed by how it is perceived, then we might say with the anthropologist Tim Ingold, auditory attention converts vision into watchfulness. And that's quite an interesting way of putting it, because it turns us away from certain kinds of phenomenologies that deal then with the visual by converting vision into watchfulness. And it is that conversion which I'm focusing on, because attentiveness is the hallmark of living in Christo. But let me begin with the silence and the silent universe, because there is no sound in the universe without ears to register and convert invisible waves into rhythmic noises. I hear a rumble above me. I think thunder, but I weigh that thought with other possibilities. Is it a plane? Being more analytical, I recall a summer in Israel when I arrived at Kiryat Shimona near the border of Lebanon. Sky's clear, but I hear a similar rumbling. I ask at the reception, what's being mined in the area? And I'm told, it's not mining, that's the sound of bombing. A case of mistaken recognition reminds me also of a story my grandmother told me about her brother jumping from the top to the bottom of a staircase outside his attic bedroom when the rumbling shook. He thought it was an earthquake. In fact, it was a landslip just a few hundred yards away. So what do we hear when we hear, and how does it relate to what we know? The mind races when the sound is unexpected, and we instinctively reach for explanations. To understand causes and relate them to effects eases agitation and puts an assumed world order back into place, even if the cause is threatening. To understand gives us more a sense of control over things as we affirm the structure and the meaning of the external world. But the question of what immediately focuses not just on the cause of the sound, but its object: thunder, plane, mining blast, bombing, earthquake, landslip. We jump from the experience to the mental calculation, from sound to the interpretation of sound. And we relate sounds to things out there. But hearing is not about out there. It concerns sound and its corporeal registration as something felt internally. The sound is not just picked up by the ear, as if the ear was some mechanical receiver, or is it contained within the ear, as if the ear was some kind of echo chamber. The sound is created by the ear and is always in there, not out there. Unseen and unperceived airways enter the tympanic membrane, fill the tympanic cavity, and are processed neurologically in one of the oldest parts of the reptilian brain. Sound passes through us, in other words, as vibrations, through the ear and through the body. Ingold observes, on hearing thunder or feeling the wind, it's as though one's very being mingles with the surrounding medium and resonates with its vibrations. Sight gives us an object, dark clouds, lightning, or what we have witnessed, like bombs being dropped and their impact. But while the objects are out there and distant from us, hearing has to infer. In hearing, objects are not directly given to us, and they are fashioned by both similarities and differences, familiar and available to recall, and by a desire to know. To define the object appeases the anxiety of experiencing something internal to ourselves, even though it may be heard by a group, and not understanding what it is. That worries us. We latch onto it as a distinct sentient beings because I is the literal center and is centered by acoustic events. It's significant to note that the Latin persona means literally sound through. Hearing addresses itself to the inner life and personhood and is constituted, that personhood, by that being addressed, most particularly when that address is the calling of our name, as in the story of of Samuel, for example. For a moment, it's important that this argument, for this argument, that interpretation arrives downstream of the personal, centering experience involved in hearing. Reflecting upon what it means for the Oiba to dwell, Ingold, in his own examination, talks about these sounds are part of the way I am. They belong to my being as it issues forth into the environment. In other words, speech is not a mode of transmitting information or mental content. It's a way of being alive. The event of hearing lies in the sound, not in its interpretation. The sound and the affective experience is more immediate and processed through the brain much faster than any of our explanations of it. I say more immediate because we return to the question of immediacy and mediation right towards the end with the question of mimesis. For the newborn, hearing develops before vision. When developed, somatic registration comes much earlier than the various mental objects we bring to its interpretation. And whatever mind is, it has to be embodied. It doesn't float outside or above us. It's activated from within by external and internal sensing. It flares up and works with what is felt. The object making the sound might be identified or identifiable, but this is secondary and a later occurrence. And we might be right, it was thunder, or we might be wrong, it's bombing, not mining. The identification process is a deductive one. It's way downstream of the sentient process prompted by the initiating stimulus that hooks up with histories of previous encounters, that maybe through watching films, because I've never witnessed any bombing personally, or other people's anecdotes. So the role of memory then becomes important with respect to hearing. It inflects what I said earlier about being more immediate. The point is, we don't hear an object. We hear in the experience of sound as it passes through our bodies. We participate in a transient occurrence. The subject-object relationship defined in the interpretation of what is heard is constituted later when we give a grammatical account of what we've actually experienced. There is no inside-outside distinction either that is easy to discern, because there's a continuum in the sound as its vibrations radiate outwards and enfold our bodies. In fact, the body as a sensorium is not easy to be distinguished from the environment, because it is actively engaged in sensing, continually alert and attentive, unless it's closed in upon itself and its own mental ruminations. There's no discernible point where receiving becomes responding, or responding is not being received. Sensory stimuli are not objects either. They are flows in which we are embodied along with every other moving entity. We participate then in these endless flows. In fact, what is primary is the participation. We don't decide to participate, we are already participating. Though we can block out or narrow that participation consciously by focusing our mind and its own inner workings, or specifically for listening for. Listening for, like listening to, has an intentional structure that tunes the continuum and flow of the environs and makes it fashion as a landscape made up of isolated objects and objects that can be isolated through the listening for or the listening to, like listening for the flute in the Pagano-Pagagena's duet in Mozart's Die Zauberflöte. But just as there is another form of sounding, which is silence, there is another form of listening that is not a listening for or a listening to. And the psalmist will call this waiting. Wait, from Khokhar, to look eagerly for and to endure. Wait for the Lord. This is staying put in silence, a silence endured and a silence heavy with both anticipation and trust. Silence here is not the absence of sound, and it too has to be heard. There can never be a total absence of sound, and even approximates to total silence are unendurable for any length of time. There are always associations internal to our own physiological condition. But these and other external sounds reside within a silent condition in which we are exposed to divine duration. They are in prayer or meditation. They are registered, like breathing, autonomically. The silence of waiting and attending upon the Lord shapes a presence for expectation. This silence does not dissolve the self, for it is not privative. In this way, as Jean-Louis Chrétien observes, silence is also allocutive. Furthermore, waiting for the Lord is not structured intentionally, like waiting for John or Peter or Sally or a telephone call. For Yahweh, despite the grammar, cannot be an indirect object as such. Waiting for the Lord, then, operates below the consciousness of phenomenological intention as an attentive reductio ad infinitum. It's an abiding. When the verb is used in Isaiah 40:31, it's translated waited upon, and a variant of the verb in Genesis 1:9 is translated as to be gathered. If then, as I'm claiming, our knowledge of God comes from listening, this listening involves and solicits the attentiveness of a complex mindful organism entangled with other complex organisms with perhaps different forms of being mindful in all the pressures and flows that sustain, nurture, and sound through us. And it's at this point that I actually then do an analysis or exegesis of the passage in Samuel and then the passage in John's Gospel, which I'm not going to be able to rehearse. Probably the most striking feature that surfaces in bringing these two passages from 1 Samuel and John's Gospel on hearing together is a profound difference between the solitude of Samuel and John's continual reference to people. Perceive, the Pharisees said among themselves, the whole world has gone after him. The intimacy of listening, of being open to hear what comes, requires solitude. Eli does not get up and sit with Samuel. Samuel sits alone. Solitude is sensitive to intimacy. Waiting expectantly in silence opens the space for being exposed. Knowing God, like being saved, involves personal encounter, or what I've said elsewhere as the interchange of acknowledgements. And with that, finally, we return to the question that I'm asking, which seeks to inquire, which I'm seeking to inquire into, but not actually answer. In other words, what does it mean to hear God? Well, it means listening. Not listening for, as I've said, nor listening to, rather to listen as a transitive, not an intransitive verb. Dwelling in a space where one might be spoken to, named, hear the flute's unexpected appearance in the duet of the Zauberflöte, and on hearing welcome, for love is calling. And after all, the ear is a threshold, and as Michel Serres tells us, the given, le donné, comes upon you like a state of grace. Stepping back, though, we encounter an irony through that exegesis. These are accounts of hearing God speak, and we, whether readers or listeners, are interlopers. A narrator informs us of Samuel being called by his name. In John's Gospel, the narrator acts as a third-person witness to the voice from heaven who is spoken for your sake. Whether we hear or read these accounts, and reading involves hearing, we are not hearing as Samuel and the crowd hears Jesus. I said I would return to that question of mimesis, and this is where I want to come back to it, because it's not unrelated to the question of mediation. And Samuel, as a prophet, is a figure for such mediation, just as Christ is the perfection of divine mediation. That is, hearing and participating in the voice of God when it is represented to us in the scriptures. I mean, we might want to think about, okay, so what do we mean by revelation in the scriptures? And I'm quite happy to talk through that. Each situation, hearing an oral recitation of the accounts and reading the account oneself, is structured differently and with different effects. Reading by its nature is a solitary act unless one is being read aloud to with others. Solitude exposes the reader to an intimate listening, where the chains of signifiers liquidize and the scene is conjured in the imagination. Expectation and waiting are engaged as the events described unfold in silence. There are no external airwaves being processed and translated into sound, but the silence is allocutive, intentional. It is not empty, and because it is composed with the suspension of disbelief, it invokes a believing and a trusting in an elsewhere and a something. The echo of Coleridge there is deliberate, for it's Coleridge who best describes the scriptures as the living edicts of the imagination, in speaking of their mediatory power, which incorporating reason in images of sense and organizing, as it were, the flux of the senses by the permanence and self-circulating energies of reason, gives birth to a system of symbols, harmonious in themselves and consubstantial with the truths of which they are the conductors. That's all Coleridge. And I'm coming to the end, brief notes. We're all right, man. Okay. Through textual operations, there is a process of mediation in and through and beyond the textuality. These are the conditions for the possibility of being addressed, for being summoned. That one might be addressed does not escape the hermeneutical spiral, the feedback loop of projection and reflection. The reader does not bear witness, but neither is he or she an interloper and simply overhearing. The words ring through us, sounding internally, but not inaudibly. As they are received, they prime response and make possible the passage of grace, or what Serres calls the given, le donné. We enter the narrator's witness in Samuel and John, aslant. In that slant lies the irony, but also the excess born of mimesis itself. For while reception may and probably must be inflected by projection, there are some forms of projection, like echolocation, that are not self-reflecting, but self-transcending. And something is awakened in the depths that dispossesses us because it's far more forceful than our own self-possession. It has the character of epiphany. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Professor Ward, for this very fitting conclusion. We now have a few more minutes for questions, and I welcome the audience to raise their hands.
Thank you, Professor Wood.
Thank you.
So I have two questions that are back to each other. You might have the same answer to both. The first one is scientific. The first one is scientific.
Okay.
The other's
Yeah.
First one, if a tree falls in the forest, there's no one around to make a sound. And the second is, if a God becomes incarnate and there's no one has ears to hear, is it a fact?
The first one is the old philosophical conundrum, and actually, no, it wouldn't. for the first one. The second one goes back to, but who created the ears? So we have been made in this particular way. We have been made fitting for. It's always struck me that Paul's emphasis, for example, the gospel has to be preached. It has to be heard, right? It can be written down, but it's got to be heard in some way. And so when Christ comes as the word and the communicative logos, he comes to those, all of us who know something about the nature of communication and have means whereby we can receive that which is fitting to be received. And to me, that this, because this chapter is part of a chapter in which I'm also trying to deal with sin, is actually what happens when we don't hear correctly, is then we actually come out of the way, the direction in which the sound is coming, and we move out of that way, and then we just get lost. It just becomes a Babel.
Hi, thank you. I was just wondering, I guess on a more practical note, how we can kind of put ourselves into modes of listening, and whether that in and of itself has to be kind of synesthetic, right? Like, can we, or should we use all our other senses to invite us into a mode of or posture of listening?
That's a great question, because I have, when we listen, what we do, and not listen for or listen to, all right, which means that we've actually structured intentionally the nature of our listening. But when we are just listening, and I think this is what the nature of prayer and meditation is about. You actually are not, you are, if you like, becoming a nodal point for all the things that are going on around you. I remember when I was being taught about silent prayer, you're not trying to be silent. You're trying to absorb the sound. Okay, so if a bird or a clock or whatever is there, you absorb the sound. You don't try to overcome it by suppressing anything. So the act of listening, to me, is an active way of absorbing. And one of my own teachers, for example, would say, "Don't close your eyes." You know, because that was another one that you're trying to close down. No. That actually, because it's one of the most immediate of our senses, like smell and taste, it actually means that we become overwhelmingly sensitive, and therefore we are open to receive. You know, I think part of the difficulty sometimes that we have, but it is actually. We think already what the gift looks like. And so we've got preconceptions about what it is. Well, okay, the kind of listening I'm talking to breaks down that intentionality. You will receive. But sometimes, and doesn't this happen all the time, you have to come into an understanding of what you have received much later down the line. Right? You have received. And so this isn't foreclosing any of the others. I think the act of listening itself attentively, like prayer, embraces, because it forces the whole body to be a sensorium.
Graham, thank you.
James.
You reminded me, you made me think very, very deeply about George Herbert's poem Prayer. I think that's a poem where, as a reader, as a listener, you really do have to listen in that transitory way, because the poem has no verb, and as the listener, you have to supply the verb to be eventually. So my question is, do you think that poem is a microcosm of the model of participation
where used as the reader, the listener, the sensorium of this poem, you're inevitably, irrevocably moved to supply the verb eventually.
Yes, I do about that poem, but I actually think if you are picking up a volume of really good poetry, and you're simply reading it, and then you say, okay, you have not done justice. You know, someone like Zbigniew Herbel, the Polish poet, I would give my life for one metaphor that spoke. So when I was a kid, we used to have to learn these poems off by heart, right? And we all used to hate learning these things off heart. But I actually think that that's the way real poetry works within us. And Herbert would be another way. And it's the way in which, to some extent, scriptures too work within us, not because we simply are reading them, but we're allowing them access to our whole sensorium and memory that's going on, our whole embodiment. And that to me is again, it's changing a direction of revelation as if it's opening there in front of us into no, it's all actually opening here within you.
Thank you very much for that interesting talk. I wanted to ask about the notion of knowledge or knowing, which you were talking about in the beginning, because if you talk about the mode of listening in itself, your model made some sense to me, but if you connect it to the mediated status of knowledge, I would be interested how you would kind of conceptualize this transfer, right? Or another way, which understanding of knowledge you use.
That's a really good question. It's a really good question about the nature of what is knowledge. We haven't got a lot of time, so I would. Katherine said something earlier, which I think is really important here, and try to talk it through. Love comes before knowledge. Okay, and for me, what happens is we are receiving, and then we come into an understanding. And that means that actually in receiving, the receiving itself enables, from that receiving emerges an understanding that comes, that we eventually call knowledge. I've worked with this so frequently with doctoral students who will come and actually have a question that they're burning to understand. But in fact, what it is an intuition. And what you do is you work with that intuition that they've got to bring it into an understanding 3 or 4 years down the later in which their thesis has announced itself. And I think that to me is the model of faith that seeks understanding. We receive, we've got this inchoate, we know something, but we have to enter into the understanding of it. And quite often in theology, I will read things, particularly by people like von Balthasar, whose theology is really like prayer sometimes, where you understand with your mind, but you've not entered into what they're saying internally. In other words, this is too profound. Holy Saturday for Balthasar, I have not yet entered into what he has said. I can understand what he's written, but I have not entered into what he's said yet.
Thank you very much. So you emphasize the connection between hearing and a positive kind of solitude. And how do you distinguish this positive solitude from overlapping solitude? The hearing can also be connected with the overlapping solitude, as we know the history of the church. People hear also
Absolutely. You know, this is prey to the psychotic. All right. There's no way in which it cannot be. If you are exposing yourself to God and allowing God to do things within you, there are times where you are going to think, this is crazy. I mean, I was really interested in Jonathan, the way you kind of emphasize, this sounds crazy, this is nuts. There are times when it's like that. There are times when we actually do engage with the pathological because the nature of sin is such that, in fact, we are infused with pathologies we have got to work out. And everyone knows, well, people know that the whole point of salvation is a process of formation in which we have to grapple with our own pathologies and actually come to an understanding. So solitude can indeed, you know, and when people come and say, you know, God has spoken to me, I always kind of home in on that. Okay, auditory. It's a case of, yes, you open yourself up to these particular problems, and the solitary will open themselves up to those problems. There's nothing. I live on my own in the Hebrides for quite a lot of the time. There's nothing like boredom to bring you, and loneliness to bring that solitude home to you as solitude. All right. And because boredom and loneliness will bring all sorts of desiring and wanting and everything else. But unless you experience, if you're just in this glorified little solitude in which everything is wonderful, that is not, that look at your experience a little bit more closely.
You have one question from the online audience, it will be kind of complicated.
All right, okay.
I'm reading from Joshua Roberts online. He has posted this question. Do you give credence to Owen Barfield's view, which is interpreting Coleridge and others, that the study of language philologically reveals, quote, fossils of consciousness? For example, pneuma in Greek is a unified meaning of spirit, breath, and wind. This reveals to us how language was a unity of meaning in the past, but has presently become fragmented and dead metaphors. Prayer, poetry, etc. raise these metaphors back to life. Imagination is the key faculty that activates the meaning in words.
That's Barfield. I don't know. It's hard to refer to someone that you just kind of is in ether space. I would completely. Barfield is one of the most underestimated thinkers of our time. His work needs to be much, you know, we've done a lot of work on C.S. Lewis, we've done a lot of work on Tolkien, but actually where the whole resonance of Lord of the Rings is heard, it's from his conversations with Barfield. Barfield is absolutely important to hearing what's going on. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
Thank you all for attending the new Trinitarian Ontologies panel of the European Academy of Religion. We're bringing it to a close today. Before we conclude, I just wanted to give a great thanks to my collaborators, particularly Jonathan Lyonhart, who helped to collaborate to prepare this event for us. I'd like also to thank Edward Fiedler, who's traveling here from Prague, and Katherine Apostolacus, who's traveling all the way from Pennsylvania. I'd also like to thank my friend Aaron Khokhar, who's coming here from Cambridge, and last but not least, Professor Graham Ward and John Milbank, who are joining us from Oxford and Nottinghamshire, respectively. Thank you very much. The video will be available on YouTube. The photos will be available on Twitter, and I hope you will look out for our publications, which we hope to have forthcoming from Wippenstock and Albert Verlog in the coming year with collections of papers from these conferences.